topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast.
We're here live. They can see what type of vibe I'm in today. Have my glove. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. I am your host, Killah Priest Iron Sheik. Running the rocket is none other than ADA Dizzle.
Yo, welcome back. What's good? It's going to be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
Yeah, it's going to be fire today. All right. Let me pour a little bit of this tea because it's about to be on. Right? I want to shout out to the architect and we call her architect and Oracle. Coach Kadaka, we see you up in there. No architects coming through yet, but they will be through. And I want to shout out to the craft room. Most intelligent craft room on the internet. Rocketeers. And remember, it's retrograde now. Taking things a little slow. I'm acknowledgeable enough to know that, and that everything's going to be a little off, but we're going to make sure it's on course because we're going to come with it today. We got brother Garfield that's going to come in the building today.
Nice.
Sure, nice. Rocket. Shout out to happy birthday to fourth disciple. Birthday today. Rest of the Geminis. Step up, Geminis.
Gemini season
Has begun. Tupac Shakur. Biggie Smalls. Kanye West. Lauryn Hill. It's just off top, bro. That's kind of good. Creepy that I know so many Geminis. My son.
Busta Rhymes.
Busta Rhymes. A lot of my friends, Gemini.
Kendrick Lamar.
Kendrick is a Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
Are Gemini serial killers? Wait, they said which one is the craziest? They're known to be serial killers.
I don't know about that.
No,
but
somebody. No, somebody told me that. I remember talking to somebody and it was like, our signs. My sign is like usually we are serial killers, and I'm like, well, what's Charles Manson?
I think he's a Scorpio.
Well, I just asked the question. I'm not calling anybody serial killers.
Yeah, November 19.
Oh, he's
no,
okay.
wait, my bad. That's when.
The Scorpios. Scorpios that always tell you, they said that our sign is mostly serial killers.
Yeah, he's a Scorpio.
Yeah. Now, if you're a Scorpio, don't run out there killing nobody. But I'm just saying that it depends on the individual. Let's make that clear. It's gonna be good today.
We are all crazy in our own way.
And listen, as long as you kill the negative and bringing about the positive, got to do it in some way that's right. You know what I'm saying? We got to make something right in this crazy world. They don't lie to us from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? They don't lie to us in school. They don't lie to us in church. They don't lie to us everywhere. So you got to make some type of adjustment where you can get yourself together. This is the place to come where you can sit down and you can talk about it and at least get some answers straight. You know what I'm saying? Religious failed us. Self-healing is always good. I don't knock that. Gym could work if you're working out in the gym. Does something to your mind. Does something to you. Makes you feel a little bit better. I'm a serial killer. Yeah, I like that. It could have been something for me and Master Killer. Killer Sin. The rest of the killers out there. Jason has his, shout out to Jason. Jason Sanchez has his popcorns with chopsticks. That's dope.
That's one way to eat it.
Yeah, popcorn and chopsticks. Well, chopsticks get in the way. Man, shout out to Rasul usually likes chopsticks. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
I mean, because you gotta just scoop it up anyway, right?
Mm-hmm. I was eating spaghetti with chopsticks for a minute.
Oh, you bougie, and that's. Oh, my
shit.
bomb didn't blow
There you
off.
go.
Yeah. You was eating spaghetti with chopsticks, bro.
Yeah, it just helped me eat slower. 'Cause if I use a fork, I shovel too much in there. And chopsticks make you take your time with the noodles. I can still use chopsticks when I do beef and rice.
Oh,
Beef, rice, and broccoli.
Yeah, chopstick.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's kind of like sushi a little bit because you really can't do a fork with sushi because kind of like wild there. You know what I mean?
Sushi, I usually use my hands. Bam. Pew. Pick it up.
That's hard. That's kind of crazy, right?
I just use my hands on the sushi.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's just yours.
Yeah, I'm talking about the sushi that's rolls. If you're talking about the where it's just like sashimi.
Yeah, sashimi.
You should probably use the chopsticks for that.
I think the opposite. Sashimi's is a big roll of a bunch of fish, right?
That's a hand roll. Yeah.
You know, I was gonna go somewhere with that. That's what she said.
Oh yeah. Where's my laugh track?
Hey. She said, "You want a hand roll?"
No problem.
Yeah, shout out to all the ladies that came through the last Podcraft. It was beautiful. We was talking about squirting. Shout out to Crumb. He came through. And I just said that because a lot of people who coming on for their first time, it's probably like, yo, did he just say that? Yeah, squirting. Female ejaculation, which is the name of one of my albums. Yeah. Now, who's not going to go get that? It's going to be splashing areas. Okay, I just saw somebody. Yeah, we're going to get into the new video. Thanks for everyone who saw my live earlier. Coach usually come through and shouted everybody who represented that. We're going to talk about that. We're going to get into the Patreon. We're going to get into the new video. Shout out to my man Quentin who shot it. So the new video that's out right now is called Supermind, and we got it. We can go through it a little bit before we have the great Garfield, brother Garfield, come back and bless the mic with his knowledge. It's so beautiful. If you haven't checked out his build on occults, watch who you listen to and you follow. You might be trapped somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Some of these people, they get you and they start talking to you and they sound cool. Next thing you know, you out in the desert somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Praising to the god Menace. A goat-headed creature, you know what I'm saying? I gotta throw a bomb to that. For real. Yo, one time back in the days, quick story, my man, a shout out to Deranged, man. I saw a Mormon come through and brainwash him in 5 minutes. This is back in the days, though. You know what I'm saying? You deal in one thing, somebody comes in and talk to you is almost like give you candy. So a lot of occult groups are out there. And then, some people, when they start saying that they start deifying themselves, it gets kind of strange because they just want to control you. All right. Remember, it's retrograde, so we're going to go in this slow. Charles Martinez says facts. Yeah, I know, man. We just kicking it, bro. That's how it is. Talk about dreams, priest. We can talk about dreams. First, we want to get into, we got to make them a reality because dream starts from somewhere. All right, so let's get into to the new video real quick, and we can break that down because that is the talk of the town. Remember, y'all, let's make this video go viral, and let's all get behind this. Shout out to also Buddha, Marco Buddha, and shout out to Danny Selena. She said, while hundreds of guards came up, handed me crowns, they said, "Please, you lost, now you finally found." Hey, let's play the video for him. Hey, we can get into this, and then we can break it down, and then gotta get up. We kind of quick.
So here we go. Killah Priest Supermind official video.
Yeah. You're all welcome.
Who's that player?
Everyone is welcome to my cafe.
Hey, I was kind of smooth in there,
My
yo.
name is Priest. Known to many, you know, angel. Priesthood.
Shout out to Steph Strunk.
Unknown
Source.
source.
Walter Reed, thank you. So what do you think about astral projection? Questions?
Wonderful day, Somerset. But what I'm gonna do now? I know y'all been missing.
Jody,
Back.
shout out to Jody. That's Bonnie.
Here we go. Rattlesnakes on the Pharaoh's plate. From an ancient time that had no date. Poisons, legends in the gaseous state. Lucifer initials on my window of my limo. The golden guard on my license plate. I'm from a distant past. I look through the glass. I see 72 angels wearing the devil's mask. One side happy, the other side sad. Roman leaders around the Mona Lisa. A golden night. I glow in the Giza. Sharp as a knife that goes in the Caesar. Sinners in the night. Whisper like the Reaper. Dark fantasies of Mark Anthony. Julius Sinners and Jesus. A king heart's vanity. Ancient art of his family. Empires built on desire, fire, and prophetic destiny. The sky's ebony, the lights are heavenly. A knight's legacy, die pleasantly. Coins cover his eyes in a mushroom patch. Boxing with dandelion as they close his tomb latch. His fair widow weeps well. Above the moon is pale. She's doomed as well. Her perfume smell of pineapple juice, sliced fruits. Her hair nice roots. She rubs her skin with oil from coconut shells. Statues of Michael, the dragon slayer. Black schools, disciples, African prayers. Assassins on stairs, beware. While my mind divine, I'm deeply devoted, dreaming of destinies. My jury's heavy, a gold icon of St. Gregory.
Yeah, they
A
treat you
lush
different.
getaway in the middle of nowhere. I'm your tour guide to the lost tribes. From abandoned buildings, living poor lives. From the east side to the north side, till the beast rise. New York skies, police ride through the south side. Children outside to the west side. A child with fresh eyes. Till he grows up, he's seen it all. Pregnant girls, teens in the morgue, fiends in the halls. Those try to get clean have lean withdrawals. Pills and alcohol, killed for amounts of raw. In the field, a bouncer ball. Super Bowl, a UFO, just make it account for yours. Hermes dies with Versace on. Michelangelo paints him laying in Venus's arms. Execution's death, bodies embalmed. The army informed, don't take my boy, he's still warm. One day alone walking, the streets turn bright,
Shout
the
out to
snow
Dave
stopped
Flores.
falling, the trees begin talking. I touched his wood, I felt flesh beneath the bird nest. Clouds start forming, sky turned orange like a summer morning. Told me my origin, this place is historic. Start my performance, gave me endurance. Cars went inside the ground, while hundreds of gods came up handing me crowns. They said, priest, you were lost, but now you finally found. The zodiac spin above my head like a merry-go-round. I'm robed down in a gold gown, and if you saw us, we were talking to each other with no sound. Profound. That's how it is. Cafe. Outdoor. Priest.
To the cigar. That's Cuban.
Always remember. Kings the gods. All in the Supermind. All in the Supermind.
Hey. Hey. Yo.
Shout out.
To quit. Shout out to quit, man.
Shout out to Cuervo. Cuervo Films. Yo,
Yeah, his name's Quit now.
so where was that?
Yo, that was downtown LA, man.
That was a downtown LA library?
Yeah. We went to the last fly library,
Mm-hmm.
and we just shot it up in there, and it was
Where did you guys find that part where the books were rounded?
oh man,
You
it's
know what
like
I'm talking about?
it's like a special bookstore. So this bookstore is like the last bookstore. It's got like it's like Alice's Wonderland meets a bookstore. So it's crazy. So all of those are books in there. That's and it's some stuff that he didn't even catch that was crazy because the books were like in a circle, and then that light, you saw the books that went around me. So
Yeah.
it was like the last books. Yeah, exactly. So right there, that's all books.
These are all books right here.
All books, yeah. And on the top, you see the books?
You don't want to say the name of the library?
So the edge, yeah, the last bookstore, the The last bookstore.
Oh, okay. This right here was what I was like.
It's a famous bookstore. Yeah, that's crazy, right?
It looked like someone shot a Dragon Ball right through it or something
Yeah.
like that. It's like, yo.
Yo, they got so much fly stuff up in there, yo. It's called the Last Bookstore. And it's like Alice in Wonderland style. It's like Back to the Future. So it's a library that's it's kind of crazy, yo. So they got all
It looks
these books.
crazy.
Yeah.
I was like, how'd they get this shot?
Yeah. Yeah.
That is, it's a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
That was really good. It's well shot. I love the quality of the video.
Yeah, you had to get up real early, man. We was up real early on that. And I'm kind of dapper in there.
Where'd you get this jacket?
Hey, man. Listen.
Damn.
I got a couple of tucks. You know,
Okay,
you gotta have a couple of tucks.
So you pulled it from the
events.
wardrobe you had.
Yeah, for a couple of events. And I got a couple of tucks. And yo, you get treated beautiful, yo, fellas. I'll tell you, wear your tux, you wear a nice suit. It's that everybody was like, yo.
Oh yeah,
Hey.
it makes a
I was
difference.
like, oh man, I could have robbed the bank. They'd have let me go, yo.
As long as you were smooth about it, absolutely.
Yeah. I'll see why that.
And then you're walking right under world history.
Yeah,
like,
we did that.
That's perfect.
And this bookstore has all type of esoteric type of knowledge up in there too, like books and crazy stuff. They have everything. Put it with. But they just that's at my man's spot right there.
Where, right here?
Yeah, Bohema. I talked about him a lot.
Hmm.
And you see I don't know where he get the bike pedal though. Oh.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. It's kind of dope.
It looked like it was for a unicycle.
Yep. Mad B says the library shot came out so dope. I'm glad you and Yep. Brevo linked up to create this masterpiece. Yeah. Shout out to the brother. Yeah, we did. And shout out to C1s too, you know what I mean? We do it. We linked up. You know, that brother always hooks up. See, that's where we were. And then we had a lot of good shots of that's Ali and
the Beatles, right?
Yeah, and the Beatles.
Wow.
Some dope shots. And we just went out there and we did it, yo.
Some hidden gems in here. You're reading a certain book.
Yeah. So that's what we about. Somebody said dope video suit. Thanks. Last good bookstore. Yeah.
Oh. That's dope.
If you check it out, when you come to LA, that bookstore is a bookstore I had my eye on for a very long time because the way that it's shaped in there, it's crazy. You never been there, AD? I gotta take you there.
Yeah.
It's like a adventurous because it's like the last bookstore. And like a library, you know, we have a library around there, but they made it into like Last Future. They have rocket ships books that are rocket ships, and they had this one that it's like a telegraph, and it just goes up. I have that footage for something else. I know he has it, so we have to get it back from him. The Dragon Slayer Black Schools, that's from Autumn Ray. He says, the Dragon Slayer Black Schools, disciples, African prayers, assassin on stairs. Beware, while my mind divine, I'm deeply divine, dreaming of destinies, KP. Hey, yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for that. Yo, I am overwhelmed, and it's great. The Great Wall of China. Yeah, please, thank you for that, man. Triple JC, what up, man? He said The Catcher's Ride is a good read. Hey, that is true. Demetrius, shout out to Demetrius. Saying the Earth is flat without mathematics behind it is kind of asinine. Okay,
We ain't gonna go there right now.
well, AD doesn't want to talk about that type of stuff. We had to.
I already responded to him earlier about that.
Yeah, we had to. Well, you be battling on the chat room?
Yeah, I already told him what's up.
The craft?
And now he's acting like I didn't tell him what's up.
Shout out to the craft, man. You know they're gonna come with that work. Exactly. Jimmy B, I'm already doing my. Okay, so I'm nitro cold brewed up. Shout out to my man.
Nitro.
You know what introduced me to that? LA, but I gotta give it to my man Just J. Shout out to Just J because he's been doing that for a very long time. I want to say a shout out to Zen. Just J, he came up here. He did a dope beat for me too. That's gonna be on one of the projects that's coming. And also, with me and Fourth, we still got a project coming soon. Jason Sanchez said the Great Wall of Vagina. You talking about last time when the chicks was here? Shout out to them. Every last one of them. They were looking all so good. I saw. Yeah, I was saying a lot up in the chat room. Jason, what up? What up to me? Dreams are funny. Dreams they could be visions. They could show you things, and it could be things that you've seen before. It could replay in your mind. Visions are something that's different. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I was talking about dreams. On my Patreon, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start a Patreon, and y'all could talk to me about these things, and I'll have subjects. AD is gonna film me, and we're gonna do something a little bit different on the Patreons because I see that a lot of y'all have questions. Yeah, I want to go a little bit deeper. I can take this off now. Now, as soon as my man Garfield is ready, 3 minutes. So a lot of people want to know, that want to go a little bit deeper, and we could do that, you know, and talk about where's VAG. I don't know where she at. Shout out to her though. Word. There's a lot of people that came through the Podcraft. Man, we got to do something where they all come back. You know what I'm saying? We have to do something special where there'd be a special day when everybody come back. We had a lot of characters, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody like it. I mean, come on. We love Congo when Congo come through. Word. DJ from Guam, shout out to him. He up in the building. The Amazing Dream. Y'all still talking about the squirting. Yeah, it was fun, man. Shout out to Prom again. So much you can say about that. AD was high as a kite. What was you on that day?
So I went to the that little smoke shop down the street with Be Real Spot.
Right.
Dr. Green Thumbs.
Yeah. And
I just got some Super Silver Haze. But they also had this little liquid thing that was like a syrup. It was cannabis syrup. It was called Canna-Aid. Okay. And they're like, yeah, you just pour it into like a water and dilute it a little bit. So I didn't read how much I should put in. I just put like a little bit. Normally I measure everything, you know what I mean? But this stuff I was just like, oh, I'll just put a little bit, feel a little head trip or something.
Right.
I guess I poured more than I should have. And it was all sativas. So yeah, I was lit for a minute. I had a few panic attacks too in the middle of the podcast. Y'all didn't even see it. But I was sitting here like, yo, I think I put too much in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I had to get my bearings, but it worked out. I thought I was gonna die a couple times, but I didn't. So happy to be here. And that worked out. So next time I'm just gonna measure it. I'm gonna have to use like a little teaspoon, like a half teaspoon type of thing, and just be really careful with that stuff. It was called Canna-Aid. It was good. It lasted for a minute. It lasted a long time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you were pretty.
Yeah, I was lit for a minute.
That's why, ladies.
Yeah.
Now, even shout out to Ngozi. He called me up. He's like, yo, the guy, AD, I never saw him act like that. He was like a player. I was like, yeah, he was in his bag.
I got into the zone. Yeah, man.
He's like, yeah, nice. Ladies, if you sit down next time and I can look at you and you can squirt.
I didn't say that. I know that because I don't talk like that.
I can make you squirt just by looking at you.
I would not say stuff like that. Well, I mean, I'm smoother than that.
What? Probably like.
I went a little crazy.
That's for girls who 2 squirts.
Nah. Now you exaggerating.
Nah, but that's how smooth you was. Extra smooth. I never saw you like that.
No, we were talking about some things. I remember it was funny.
Yeah, you know when you say some things, that's just when you really cool.
Some things.
Talking about some things. Gavin Joseph says, "Love the energy of the new video, KP. Good looking brother." He said, "Bless up, AD. Bless up, Podcraft. KP, you're a gentleman scholar with the gangster allure. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. I mean, I am sitting here. I'm a part of, shout out to Camille Allah.
Somebody said next squirt instead of next slide.
Ladies all squirt, squirt. You could just squirt, squirt. You ever been with a squirter?
Yeah.
It's squirter.
Squirter.
It's squirter. Word. Huh?
Squirter ink.
We gotta get Hafiz on here. My brain. Yeah, gotta get all the squirters on. All the squirters. Squirt. But that was last show. I mean, I'm just joking with y'all, and somebody said squirtology.
Squirtology.
Yeah, squirtology. Yeah, squirtology. An expert in squirt.
Hey.
Sex squirter.
Squirter.
And they got y'all. I don't know, bro. It's just so. Y'all are going in today. Yo, and check it out. The ladies said they would come back and do another. We have to do another episode on that.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, that was cool. It was a change of a vibe, and we got to really talk about grown up stuff. You know, if it's your first time coming through, yeah, it got kind of educational. It wasn't, hood. It was very sensual. Especially homegirl that's talking about tying up, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
Just tie you up. Put you in handcuffs. Oh, no, I'm not doing all that biting and you like biting and all that? Biting and you kind of, AD's quiet.
No, I'm listening to you. I'm listening. I got a sound effect for that. There it is.
Whipping it.
I mean, it just depends. Some girls like to be dominating and the other ones like to be submissive, you know what I'm saying?
You like girls pinching?
Nah, I don't want them too dominant, you know what I mean? Usually those are Aries. Geminis like to have control. Leos.
You like a girl to choke you?
Nah.
You rather choke her?
Nah, I don't do that either.
Oh, okay.
I like just to take it easy, go smooth, go with the flow, and nothing too crazy. Otherwise, they're gonna throw me off.
Oh man, Moochie said I hate squirt. Yeah. Man, yeah. Yo, listen. Somebody said a pinch of kelp. Yeah. Nothing but a squirt thing, yeah. Let's see if we come through.
Nah, no dominatrix. That's not for me.
Oh, okay. Brother Garfield, he said he waited on me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no doubt.
We get it set up right now.
Yeah. If y'all coming in for the first time, y'all about to get some knowledge. This is going to be fun. You know what I'm saying? I love talking to this brother. And I also spoke to Priest Isaac today. Also, man, shout out to Priest Isaac. I remember him. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It's a breakdown to that. We say things, we take a lot of things for granted. A stringer says Supermind, smoking jacket, growing up vibe. Indeed, man, we got to do it at some point. Yo, people, when they see you with the suit, things happen, doors open up. You know what I mean? It's just a good vibe. You got to get grown. Grown and sexy. You can't just be like everyday sweat jacket, you know what I mean, hoodie.
It's almost like a costume. You know what I mean? When you put on a suit, you're kind of wearing a costume because you're putting it out there like that. It's kind of an illusion. You know what I'm saying? There's some broke dudes in suits, and then there's some rich people in flip-flops.
Said that.
But it's technically
but you could tell a little. You could tell the difference.
You could tell the difference, yeah. But no, the power of the suit is
peace,
definitely.
brother. You know, it's like certain brothers with when a suit is too big, you know it probably can't. But when it's tailor made and it's fit just right, it's right.
Peace, family, peace.
My job is not to find out what up. Okay, we got him coming in the building. All right. We are ready.
Y'all having a pseudo conversation or what?
Oh, we got Ankh in the building. Hey.
Dang.
Yo, it's about to turn up today, man. It's gonna be fun. Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, we got Ankh in the building and we got brother Garfield. You know what I'm saying? So it's about to be on today. Pseudo time. We got the pseudo killer, God killer in the building. Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up,
man,
bro?
what's going on?
What's up?
Yeah, we got Hey Roo in the building. So Hey Roo. That's
What's
your
up,
new name,
Roo?
man.
What's up? What's your partner's name that run the background? What's his name again?
AD, what's good?
AD Dizzle.
AD, peace and love to you, the real man behind the scenes.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
thank you.
Hey.
What did you
What's
call
going
the show?
on, AD?
What's going on?
AD?
How are you?
Hey, Roo, in a minute.
I'm good, man.
You want an intro?
Ain't
huh?
heard from you in a while, brother.
Yeah, man, just been here working. You know how we do.
Yeah. You know, I stay tuned into the show. I be chomping at the bits to get on at times, but I gotta let y'all flow. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Nice.
You
nice.
here. Man, every time you come through, man, there's always something special. Especially this brother, both of y'all, but especially Garfield. Garfield been on here and he did a whole presentation. Yours was beautiful too, both of y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Uncle's whack. Come on, Uncle's whack. Get it out.
I got so fat.
Hey, you know what?
Nah,
You
man.
know what? You know what? I killed your man. I beat your man down.
Who is that? Who is
First
that?
time he got your man Tahuti got beat up messing with me.
Oh,
all the way.
Tahuti.
Go back through the archives. With
Hey.
the spider with the fake
I think we
spider
got-
on his head.
Well, we got to give him a chance to address that. I mean, did y'all ever?
What?
Was Tahuti? I
Address
think
it?
Tahuti said that. Yeah, I think so. I think Tahuti was like, "Yo," he called up some people and said that he had won that battle with you.
Nah, as a matter of fact, yo, you can't get past that. See, and this is gonna be what the conversation gonna be about. Check this out, man.
Right.
No matter how slick we think we get, yo,
Right.
you're not gonna get past the experts.
Hey.
Right? See, like yourself, you're an expert. Understand
Thank
what
you,
I'm
brother.
saying, right? Your craft, right?
Thank you.
Right? Making music, right? Your partner, y'all experts. Make
Right.
the beats, y'all experts. Now, you got people, just coming out of nowhere trying to do it, but at the end of the day, you can hear that they're not there yet. They're not polished. They're not there yet. It's gonna take some time to reach that status where another human being is willing to definitely pay you for that. You get my point, right? Now, when we talking about archaeology, science and all that, and the whole 9 yards, man, these people, that's what they do all day, every day. They work is that. So just a dude who's studying on the side, working, nah, you're not gonna pass the experts, dog. You're just not gonna do it. Yeah, we ain't gonna do that. Tahuti, no. He pseudo-rides the whole thing. Nope. We don't believe you. Nope.
Man, that's I already know it's gonna be on. Tahuti might call in.
Yeah, for what? He was pseudoed up. Malachi yoked out. I mean, come on, yo. Nobody does that.
Malachi,
Yeah,
yo.
Malachi yoked out.
Yo, when you gonna do Garfield? When you gonna do something on Malachi? Is they gonna take a because I saw your breakdown on most of that, and you didn't say anything about Malachi. Did the Nuwapians
that's
push
not-
up on you? Hold on,
Everybody has a lane. There's certain points I could debate, but that's Chuck Morgan, man. You gotta let when you come to the biblical text, ancient Near East history, that's my lane. Christianity, the history of the Christianity, that's my lane. Ancient Near East, the Bible, biblical history, trying to match it with real history and archaeology, anthropology, that's my lane. I stay in my lane. Now, Dr. York, when he says some pseudo stuff regarding like he says the Kish in Mesopotamia is the same as Kush. And there's certain things that he says, I mean, I could challenge, but I mean, he's just a crazy guy, man. I mean, you're gonna have people who love Malachi Z. York based on what they hear. Ankh is a bigger expert than me because Ankh used to actually live on the land. So I would even defer to Ankh on that.
Nigga, I ain't never lived on no damn land.
No, not live on. I'm sorry, not live on the land, but he was involved in the group somehow.
I
My
would never
apologies.
do such a thing. Nigga, I had too much bread. You know what I'm saying? Everything wasn't put together for me and my skill set to live in no damn land and go broke and let another. Man, you got to be crazy. I would
Yeah,
never
so
do that,
you
bro.
see, he's a bigger expert than I
Way
am.
too arrogant. Yeah, way too arrogant for that, bro. I ain't gonna live in no damn in a shed, yo, while somebody else get all the money, dog. I'm like, man, maybe we should just rob them or something. Come on, dog. I'd never do that.
Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge in the building. Word. Shout out to.
Hey, before you start though, the last time I was on here, I had a little conflict with Zion Lex and the assistant Naphtali.
Yeah.
I just want to already apologize to you in private, but they say you're not real if you don't do it in public.
Hey.
So I want to apologize to your platform and to the people that's watching. I mean, that was just like a whole setup, and I reacted to it, and I still beat him up, by the way, too. Beat him up because he thought you was bigger than somebody that was superior in knowledge to Brother Garfield when it comes to Hebrew history. And he basically set himself up with 2 responses. That was just crazy. But anyway, shout out to Brother Zanlex too, man. I mean, there's a lot of people attacking him right now, and I won't support that just because we disagree. I don't support people disrespecting elders, even if they are from the Hebrew persuasion. I don't respect people disrespect, just calling elders clowns and all that type of stuff. I don't support that. You know what I'm saying? Even though we disagree, I still don't support it. Somebody was to say Killah Priest's teacher, who is probably somebody 80 years old, you have this 80-year-old guy that taught y'all to rap. I'm gonna say, oh, that guy look like a clown. No, that ain't right. We don't disrespect the elders. We don't disrespect elders, even if we disagree.
Spicy.
That's true. That's true. Yo, man, listen, we accept your apology over here, man. And that was big up for you to say that, and that was all good.
Who he apologizing to? Who is he apologizing to, yo? Or the pseudos he was beating up? Who you apologizing to, yo? Because I'm not apologizing to the pseudos, dog. Because the community need to know what the difference is, yo. I'm not doing it.
Now, no. Last time I was on here, the last time I was on here, Naphtali came on and she brought Zion Lex.
Right.
When Zion Lex came on, it got kind of disrespectful between me and him on the platform, and I still beat him up. But I was out of pocket because it wasn't about that. You know, they tried to hijack my presentation, and they still got beat up. And that's the crazy part about it. They still got beat up. Man, but you know, hey, I'm Garfield, man. I had the whole slides out. I had the Zion is Dead slides out. He called in the right time. He just didn't know that.
It was crazy. It was crazy. The chat room was going off right
now.
My
apologies to that, because I do want to say that I respect your platform. I respect what you're trying to do. You do give everybody an opportunity to come out and put their stuff out, whether you agree or disagree. You give them the opportunity to. And Mighty Hebrew, let me just say this to Mighty Hebrew. You've been running for years.
You're gonna call in. You know that.
You're gonna call in when I'm not here. That's what you do. After the show or when Garfield is not on, you'll call in and talk all this nonsense. I'm in Africa, I'm doing this, da da da. You've been running for like 7 years from Garfield now. I don't know why. I don't know what Garfield has done to you. You want to have debates about Demona. If you want to talk about Demona, bro, you know I'm going to be honest. Remember, you have 2 sisters that I know personally who left Demona, who also talked about boys being sexually molested in Demona, Israel. Let's stop playing games. We're talking about Dr. York. You have an Israelite group in Demona. It's documented. This is not a gossip.
Right.
Young boys was being sexually molested in Demona, Israel. I'm not saying it to disparage the thought of going back to Israel to live, to go against people who went there to live, to say, hey, we are the Israelites. I'm not going against that. I'm going against cultish behavior. That's what we're talking about. We talk about Dr. York. We got to talk about everybody else.
Okay.
In Islam,
well, we have one of his high priests.
Of people.
We have one of his.
Never his high priest.
You was never his high priest. You remember Heru? He changed his name. His name used to be Rasul. He just changed his name today. Rasul, are you Heru or Rasul? Before we bring you on here, because I know he want to meet. I mean, you met Ankh already. Ankh said he ran through you out in Atlanta, and you admitted that too. You said Ankh, he kind of got me that time. Okay,
they can't hear him.
They can't hear him. Come on, Hey Ru.
Don't worry about it. He coming on right now. I got him. Yo, science is undefeated, yo. See, I swing the science.
Said,
that's real.
Come on, Rasul. You want to wait? I don't think Rasul.
No, I'm right here.
All right. Yeah, I remember Rasul.
No, hold on.
Come on, dude.
What'd you say? What'd you say? What happened?
I said he's slightly a new weapon.
Right.
Still defending. He's still defending.
Ain't nobody defending nothing, man. Ain't nobody defending nothing.
What's
I
that?
ain't
My man,
defending
though,
nothing.
Russell. You is, yo. You will.
Yeah,
Watch
I know
this.
about
When the
you.
show's over,
Hold on, though.
he will defend.
Hold on. No, I will not defend. I will not defend at all. I know.
Hey, peace,
I know
Russell.
y'all
How
be
are you,
over there.
beloved?
Yeah,
How are you, beloved?
peace, my brother. Peace to Ankh.
Yeah.
You know, because Ankh,
Peace, man.
you don't remember that day?
Yeah, I remember the day. I remember
Yeah,
all
I
days
came up there with me and my
when
homies. We approached you.
Yeah, what I do? To tell the truth, what I do? Did I run? Did I change?
You
anything?
ain't
What I do?
run.
Right.
You got him,
But
Rasul.
we
Tell him how
came
you beat him
amongst
up.
you. We came amongst you, and we just asked you some questions. It was like 5 of us.
What was the question?
What happened?
What
What was the
Well,
question?
he had man, Ankh was out there. He had the books. He had a lot of books. He had everything. He had everything. And we honestly we kind of surrounded you.
What happened? At the end of the day, everybody ended up being on my side.
No. We just asked you some questions. Well, see, it was I forget what the conversation really was about.
All right,
But
let's leave this alone, bro. Let's leave it alone.
Nah, don't leave.
No.
I like this type
Hey,
of stuff.
Killah Priest.
Yeah.
Killah Priest. I'm a stand-up guy.
No,
let's
because
go, let's go
Unc know what I'm
I
he
feel
knows exactly what I'm talking about. And we just asked him some questions, and he just boom, boom, bang, bang, boom.
You said
we
he
asked him-
defended himself very well.
Yeah, because I was kind of like, I was on a Nuwapian vibe.
Oh, it's back then. Okay.
Yeah, and he was kind of like he was pulling the swords out on 5 different directions, man. And I couldn't really say nothing about it.
All right. Well,
If we could talk about it.
Hey,
we could talk about it.
Rasul, hold on a second. Rasul, can I check your heartbeat for a minute? Your pulse on this whole Dr. York stuff. Do you think Dr. York is guilty of molestation?
Come on, man. Why y'all gonna ask me? That?
He
pled guilty, didn't he?
No. I'm asking you. Do you think he's guilty of molestation?
According to those, damn man, why I gotta be the guy that say this, man?
I told you.
Don't worry about it, bro. I just wanted to check your pulse. That's all I wanted to do, brother.
No, it's not. It's a pose as a question. You guys see, y'all got me, don't you? I think they found it.
Yeah, we got it.
No.
You do. So look at Unc in the background.
Got him. I told you. I didn't know it was gonna happen this quick though. I thought later on the show or something.
No, because of the nature of the title of the show. But here's my thing. According to the transcripts, he pled guilty to all that stuff. So yeah, he's guilty.
So you saying you admit he did that? I don't want to hear quote no transcripts.
You playing a psychological game. I just said that.
Hey,
Okay,
Rasul, between me and you, man.
He said that. He did it.
If I'm a part of an organization, right, and I hear that the leader of the organization did something real bad, it's hard when you're a part of the organization to accept it because you're a part of what's called a cult.
No, I'm not. No. That's I hear. Go ahead.
Hold on, beloved. I can't shout, by the way, because my voice box is messed up, so I gotta be on a level talking. All right, listen. Whenever you're a part of an organization, you hear that the leader did something, your first thing is to be defensive. Like, nah, he ain't did that. I'm not saying you per se, but when you're a part of a cult, that's what happens. With Dr. York, people looked on Dr. York like he was a messiah, like he was a Christ. We got a messiah complex in the African American or the Black community. So when we have that complex and we see this guy, we see him coming with this information we never heard of, like he's coming from God, he's from the planet Risk, and all this different stuff you never heard. You're like, yo, this guy has some supreme knowledge.
Yeah, but
now hold on. Let me finish. Okay. Now, when we hear this stuff about him now, and Dr. York had the whole Brooklyn magic thing down, so whatever he talks, people just accepted it as true. The reality is, when we asked you a while ago if he's guilty, you hesitated and took a step back before you answered. If you ask me the same question right now, Garfield, do you think Dr. York? Hell yeah, they need to bury that dude under the jail. But with you, you're saying, according to the
Oh yeah. You gonna use that? You gonna use that?
No. I'm just saying. You gonna use
that? All right. Yeah, I mean, I just said that though. I mean, what do you want me to say?
What did you?
What do you want me to just bury him down and be like, yo, he's guilty. Let's bury him on. I don't want to do that on the platform.
Why not? A crime against the babies is a crime against humanity.
It is a crime. It is a crime.
let me say this though for everybody listening. Y'all.
Right.
I was in that thing for 5 years.
Hold on.
I totally disavow anything about Malachi York, yo.
I know.
Simple as that, yo. He's a creep.
That's true.
He did
That's
it.
true.
You know what I'm saying? He was out of order, right? The matter of fact, the whole camp was pseudo, right? And it's not until I got scientific literacy, yo, that I understood the complexity of the whole situation. So that's why I teach scientific literacy.
I know.
Sound like he let it go.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm saying. It's better.
Sound like you let it go, yo.
It's better if Ankh do it.
Did you? Are you saying did you let it go?
Yeah, I've been let it go a long time ago.
Yo.
I'm not really affected by that because I already knew that. It's just that I don't want to.
Yeah, you better this time. I ain't gonna lie, yo. Last time you was fighting, this time yo, it seemed like I like that, yo. This
that was like 7 years ago, man. That was like almost 10 years ago. You talk, we talk about,
surrounded them. Y'all ain't surround me, yo.
Yeah, we did.
I know y'all ain't
yeah, we did. We surrounded you.
And got beat up. All y'all got beat up.
No, we ain't get beat up.
Was it a bunch of garments? What was it?
No, it was me and my
fully garment.
It was me and my homies. It was me. We just playing. Hold up. We can't see. We can't hear you, God.
It's the wrong one.
Hey, let me.
Now we ain't
Garfield.
We ain't swing on.
Hold on, let me go.
I was just playing with him.
Hold on, Garfield. What's good, man? I saw your document, and I know your documentary in my bag, and I want to commend you on that because you had the heart to just go ahead and put that out there like that. There's a lot of black cult leaders, and just to do that, it ended up going viral. You know, where you at with it now?
Which one? Which one of the documents you talking about? The one on Blog Talk or the one on that they turned into YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube.
Which one?
The one
to talk about Dr. York and his trial. That was with Wujao and myself and a lot of people. I got a lot of death threats behind that, brother. I had brothers talking now they're gonna pray the best to kill me, me and my family. You see, this is what I don't want to talk to the people who already accept that he did it. I want to talk to the people who still believe this guy is some great guy with supernatural powers. You have to realize that's the only people I'm talking to right now because people already gave up on Dr. York and whatever. If you believe it's a conspiracy, ask yourself this question. If Dr. York was out of prison right now, what difference would be made in your personal life? Would you have superpowers? Would you be at the feet of this man trying to worship him or being somebody sexually attached to him, whether you are a man or a woman? A lot of people don't realize they're a part of a cult until they get out. Jim Jones movement. I'm going to give a quick example about Jim Jones in Guyana. I don't know if Ankh is actually familiar with this. The men, brother Killah Priest, you're familiar with Jim Jones, right?
Yes.
The cult leader that went to Guyana with black people and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Razul, you're familiar, right?
Indeed.
Everybody knows Jim Jones.
I bet you didn't know this. Hold on.
Ankh was a Nuwapian, yo. Don't ever think that Ankh was no Nuwapian, man.
Hold on.
I wasn't Nuwapian.
Yeah,
hey,
you
Garfield,
was. You was.
But you know Jim
Garfield
Jones taught in the Nation of Islam temple, though. You know that, right?
Yes, but watch it.
Yeah, okay, we just want to make sure we got all that straight since we're doing it. Let's not leave nobody out. But go ahead, Garfield.
Definitely. And he was a very he was a big motivator for Farrakhan when he decided to rebirth the nation in 1977 or 78 or 79. All right, watch this. Jim Jones had a thing for women, but he also had a thing for men. He gave a memo in Guyana. If the men want him to have sex with them, they have to do an enema before he has sex with them. I bet y'all didn't know that.
Oh. Wow.
So Jim Jones
I bet you we ain't want to know that, Garfield.
Who would know that? Where you get that information from?
Now watch
this.
Know
some crazy ass.
Watch this. This is how crazy a cult is, though, because you had men that actually wanted to have Jim Jones to have sex with him because it was a messiah complex. He was a super dude. This is how they got over on the woman, and this is how they got over on the men following them. They thought this dude was like super cool. They thought this dude was the man. So when you're following a cult, this is what happened. But I'm saying this to everybody who loves Dr. York for his knowledge and think he's special. Listen, read the primary manuscripts. That's all you got to do. Go to nuwapianism.com with Chuck Morgan and read the primary.
Shout out to Chuck Morgan.
He had heard, bro.
Yeah.
They had kids who had anal chlamydia. I've never heard of that in my life. until I read the court transcripts. Anal chlamydia.
Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
That's why I
before
told
Dr.
you,
York.
I read the
Herpes
transcripts.
simplex 2. The kids had the herpes simplex 2, which he had, and that's when he decided. If you listen to that audio, that video that I did with Ampu on Blog Talk that went viral, the kids had it, and that's when he decided to plead guilty, and that's from somebody who was on his defense team, who is Wujau today, who is Ampu. So Dr. York, when he heard that the kids had herpes simplex 2, the same type that he had, he's like, damn, they got me. And the lawyer said, hey, you better plead guilty, bro. Plead guilty. And he pleaded guilty. I said to Ampu, was Dr. York drugged? It's on that same video Killah Priest talking about. Was he drugged? Ampu said, nah, man, dude was never drunk. He said everything on his own free will. And the thing is, Killah Priest, when he pled guilty to 15 years from the state, he pled guilty to the 15 years with the federal, but the judge said, no, I'm not approving this guy getting only 15 years, because he would have been out on the street right now.
Right.
He would have been out because they were running concurrently.
Right.
So
no, that ain't what happened.
Kids,
that ain't what happened, Garfield. That ain't what happened, Garfield.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No. The Oven Wabians dove into the fray, threatening the judge with all the stupid shit, and that's when they took it back.
Oh, okay.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And then he never wanted to agree that he did it. You know what I'm saying? He was just too arrogant like that, yo. So he took the time. He went all the way with it, yo. Bullshit, yo. Yeah, he'd have been home with that nonsense, man. Anyway, it's a moral to this story, man. That's why I started teaching scientific literacy. There's only one thing that separates the dedicated pseudo, right, from those who are promoting real information, and that's scientific literacy. That it sits in the middle. So the only way you can realize if somebody telling the truth or not, right, specifically about matters of space, which is astronomy. What's the difference between astronomy and astrology, right? The person that's scientifically literate understands the difference. You could be tricked with that. As a matter of fact, anytime you buy anything on horoscopes in the store, it'll tell you for entertainment purposes only. Why would they put that statement there? Because they would get sued because it's not science. So the first thing that the Africans brought to the world was astronomy, right? Not astrology, but astronomy. Okay, so those megaliths, like Nataplaya, that's astronomy. Right? Astrology is what the Greeks brought. The Dendera, that's actually a Greek temple in Egypt. Right? They was practicing.
Hold on, brother Ankh. So I'm gonna ask you something, Ankh, to add on to what you're teaching now, brother. So you're saying that the astrology part, the horoscopes, wasn't taught in ancient Kemet? That's what you're saying, brother?
No, not at all. Dendera is actually a Greek temple in Egypt. The Greeks did that.
Tahuti, he's coming for you, Tahuti. Listen, Tahuti, he's throwing shots. Watch it. He's throwing shots, Tahuti.
It's on here. Well, I thought Tahuti didn't teach that the Greeks started astronomy. He said I thought he did say that astronomy was started with Kemet, right?
No.
Yeah,
no.
Go ahead, brother.
No. I'm saying astronomy. Look it up. You can pull it up right now.
That's what
I like
said.
the real live fact check, man. You know how I do.
That's what he said.
I never came on your show.
Indeed.
Right? And so say Tahuti is all on the astrology nonsense. Oh. Yeah, he's just bananas. Yeah, he's not on. He said he
was a more of an astronomer, though. He told me that.
No, it's not. He said ancient astronaut or some shit without a damn spaceship. I don't know, man. It's just crazy.
Yeah, you know, I came at him a few times, man. He tried to show us some he showed us some pictures from NASA and tried to
He ain't understand it.
So when he did that.
Probably was.
Yeah, he doesn't even understand. He doesn't understand the picture. Matter of fact, I don't think people
sorry about that.
The sheer distance in space and why pictures have to be doctored up. See, a pseudo can take advantage of that. That bit of information right there. Oh, they doctored up the imagery. It's a reason for that, man. They had to put together the color spectrum. Right? But who has time to explain all that? But that's what the pseudo do. They take advantage of what you don't know.
Pull it up.
You go straight to your friendly dictionary, your Wikipedia dictionary. Pull up astronomy. Go ahead. Pull up astronomy.
You want AD to pull up astronomy and astrology? You want to show the two definitionaries? Okay.
Go to Wikipedia and pull up astrology, Wikipedia. This for the quick people. You know what I'm saying? You want to get right to it. All right. Let it up.
Astronomy.
It's a
I've astronomy pulled
pseudoscience.
up.
What it say? What it say?
It says it's a pseudoscience. Let me put it over here. It's a pseudoscience
Keep going.
that claims, hey, I can't see it, AD, to a dozen information about my eyes going like human affairs and terrestrial events that's studying the moment.
Right.
Mhm.
Astrology
And
is a
what-
pseudoscience that claims.
Yeah, I can't see it. I don't know.
Yeah.
AD.
That claims disclaimer information about human affairs and terrestrial events by studying the moments and relative positions of the celestial objects. Astrology.
Right.
That was probably
Yeah.
written.
So what? So
that was
so
probably
what
written.
ancient people told us.
That was probably written by a Capricorn.
No. You can't do that.
Good one, AD.
Nah,
Good
fair.
one.
No.
Good one.
But AD, so what is the?
No.
So what-
Let's not. You
that
getting too
was a
serious
joke.
about it. He was just
So,
joking.
okay, so what country? Yeah, he was joking, man. Come on.
Oh,
That's
all right.
joking. Okay, so what ancient cultures taught that? It should be right there. What is that? If y'all go down the tabs, it can tell you what countries, what people taught that.
Hindus, Chinese, and Maya.
Okay, do you see Egypt on that list?
Let's see. I can type that in. Egypt.
Nah, right there. No, right where you at. You only got to go.
Oh,
too
right
far.
where I'm
Just
at?
Right where you at.
Yeah.
Nah, AD, I don't see it.
Not right there until I scroll down and click heliocentric Egypt.
No.
Yeah,
That's a
okay.
certain,
Now what does that say?
certain period.
Yeah, what time print? Yep.
What time period?
525 BCE.
There you go. See, there you have it. See, so now you see I'm on my A game. By the time you get around the 500s and all that, now you start to get invasions. You got invasion periods. I think during that time period, that should be what, the Persian period?
Yes.
Garfield knows
Yes.
this. I see I'm on my A game. That's the Persian period. This is a lot of things.
That's when they took
the Bible.
over. That's when they beat up on Egypt. That's when they took over Egypt. Cambyses II.
Yeah, right. There you go. See? Okay, now go to astronomy now. I'm not making this stuff up.
Astronomy is science that studies the laws of the natural science, or the laws of the stars. Is a natural science that studies celestial objects and phenomena. It uses mathematics, physics, and chemistry in order to explain their origin and evolution. Objects of interest include planets, moons, stars, nebulae, galaxies, and comets.
Okay, so what ancient civilizations taught that?
The early civilization in recorded history made methodological observations of the night sky. These include the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Indians, the Egyptians, the Chinese, the Mayans, and many ancient indigenous peoples of the Americas.
Okay, so there we have. Now go to Netaru. Netaru.
Now hold on.
Now I'm gonna show you the oldest such space for this.
Go to what?
Netaru. I'll do it.
Netaru. Yeah, that's in southern Egypt, the Western Desert. Netaru.
All right, so let's get it right now. So Netaru was once a large internally drained basin in the Nubian Desert, located approximately 800 kilometers south of modern-day Cairo. All right, let me see what they say. The Nabta Playa archaeological site, one of the earliest of the Egyptian Neolithic period, is dated to circa 7,500 years ago. I mean, not circa, but dated to 7,500 years ago. And it's called the oldest astronomical. Where is it at? It's the oldest astronomical site in the history of the world. I didn't know.
So there you have it right there. So your answer, right? And so we've been having this debate over who the Egyptians was, but at this site they classify them as Negroids. They don't even use that term no more, right? But that they classify them as that. All right, and that's in Netaru. So it's astronomy that we brought the world. And so why is this astronomy important? Because they start to chart the seasons and they start to chart the rainy seasons, right? The summer solstice. So now we can know when the monsoon rain is going to return. So who uses that to their advantage, right? Upper Egypt, they use this. They use it for farming. Okay, so the first time in the annals of man, we track the seasons, right? Which is essential to survivability in the Nile. You got to track the flooding. When are the rains going to turn? So they charted it. There you go. standing there saying the heavenly bodies are going to affect your life is bananas. They would have died if they used astrology. They'd have been dead. Simple as that.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Oh, it's getting real.
I agree with you.
I agree with our people should get that, right? And this is what a NASA. You do not have NASA without Naka Playa. Let's really talk about the conversation. In nature, you don't have NASA without that. You can't skip no steps.
You said NASA?
No NASA. I'm saying it wrong. NASA. How you say it? I won't say it correctly. NASA. How you say it, Garfield?
You talking about NASA? You talking about NASA today? And I'm gonna show why that is said also, because it's important to learn that the fact that it's not about who's first or who's doing it. This is just somewhere on the African continent that happens to have the oldest. Hey, this is not saying they don't have one older. They just haven't found it yet. Let's just be scientists right now. Because they could find one in Jamaica. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying Jamaica because I'm Jamaican. But I'm just saying they could find one anywhere in the world. But the oldest one that they have found is in Egypt, a place in Africa today. Hey, Unc, let me ask you a question about mega.
No. I don't want to run. I don't want to run from the NASA. No. Am I saying it right? NASA. Am I saying it right?
You saying it right?
Y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay. So why did I say you don't have that without that? Because nature forces you to understand it before you can move on. There is no skipping in nature. Either you know what's in the water, or you don't. It will kill you when you drink it. Cholera, right? They didn't know. They didn't know what was in the water. They died over that drinking water. Nature don't just say don't drink it. You drink it. You learn from drinking it. And there's a long story on how they figured out what it was. I don't want to get into that. But go ahead, Garfield. I'm just saying, science allows you to learn nature. Science is what? We can pull it up for the show, and we're going to pull it what science is. Science is simply the observation and study of the natural world through empirical evidence. Simple as that. That's why strong communities use science and economics. Without that, you're done. Matter of fact, United States, not even the United States, without science, especially during World War II, the science department started what they built, the thermonuclear weapons during that time. Remember that? They built that, and they built a lot of things that ended up helping industry out. But go ahead, Garfield. I'm just, you know what I mean? I don't want to overkick it. I want to make sure I make you flow in. You know how you do, Garfield.
Yeah, but with the whole thing with Egypt also, you know, we have 365 days in a calendar year, and Egyptians were the first ones to do it. It had to do with the inundation of the Nile, which they were tracking from the first dynasty. So that's one of the oldest calendar systems ever in the history of the world. 365 days based on the Nile itself. That's when it would overflow, or when the inundation of the Nile, what they call the inundation of the Nile, right?
Yeah, which people don't talk about. I haven't heard too many so-called scholars in the conscious community ever talk about this calendar. You know,
no, a lot of them talk about it.
They talk about it, but they don't. I heard it, but they don't really elaborate on it. And there's a lot of other stuff that I've read that they don't even really elaborate on it. It's too much about who they were, black people. They don't really elaborate on it like that. But
we do. We've been doing all. That's why Garfield was able to pull it up. That's why I gave you the precursor to the calendar. You don't recognize 365 days right off the rip. Like, that's not something. It takes at least 2,000 years to get to the stage at not to apply it. That's 2,000 years of study and observation to even be able to do that. To put up to construct those megaliths and to align them with heavenly bodies. You got to watch it. And that's rudimentary science. I'm gonna let y'all know right now. That's recognizing patterns regularly. You just recognizing them. You're not making a prediction. It's not a prediction yet. See, when we get to modern science, they start to make predictions, and the ability to make predictions is the gold standard in science. To make a prediction, right? When you can predict something before you had ever, meaning predict something before you had never seen it before. Like Charles Darwin made a prediction. See, that's the standard. How was he able to predict that? But go ahead.
Yeah, it's like the weather. People could predict the weather right now based off of different things. But let's take a look. You talk about megalithic stones. What about the spot called Gobel Tepe? They got some nice megalithic stones also that they found over there, and it shows that there's stones all over. Would you agree to that, Unc?
You mean stones, period? Yeah,
Yeah,
not the
stone,
They got that's the oldest. Yeah, that's pretty old. About 10,000, right?
The Naphtaliah, the temples. Oh, you're talking about Gobel Tepe. Gobel Tepe.
Yeah, Jabal Tepe. Yeah, Tepe. Yeah, that's old. That's like the oldest temple. You don't find no temples like that in Africa yet. But that's like a transition. Remember, the temple is really the extension of the ground. Y'all do know that, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's modernizing. And so everything is like Christianity is really the reason Christianity is so popular because it's modernized, right? But if you look at the tenets of Christianity, it all goes back to what? Humans killing other humans. You find that in the old Nubian cultures, right? And you find in the first couple of dynasties in Egypt where the king died and they buried the subjects with it. Now the Vikings also did the same thing. Okay, they buried their subjects with them. This is part of being human, right? Willing sacrifice. That sounds familiar. People are willing sacrifices for their culture. Was not Jesus Christ a willing sacrifice? Of course he was, because they're taken from the old tradition. The Christians say, the hell with that shit. When he kills a bull, slits his throat, fill up the basin, and he throws blood on it. Christianity, what they doing? The blood of Christ. So they go from actually
sacrificing goats and all that stuff. Mm-hmm.
Right. They go from humans first. You killing humans first.
And he's known as the lamb, just to add on.
Right. Sacrificial lamb. So they go from sacrificing animals and humans, and then you modernize to Christianity where you ain't got to do none of that. That's why it took off, because you ain't got to do none of that. It's free. You can just say, I believe in Jesus.
Okay.
Okay.
It's just that simple.
Just that simple.
Yeah.
It's not complicated. I mean, what you want me to do?
Well,
easy. I think it's too.
Yeah, I ain't worried about all that stuff.
What
I'm talking about is that you talk about human ingenuity, right? Where humans must have been older to develop the certain things that we see in so-called ancient times. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that the ingenuity was the same, but wasn't developed on maybe a chemical level, or maybe it was. You know what I'm saying? Just some of the as far as Africa is concerned, in particular Egypt. When you look at the,
I'm confused. Help me out.
The temples and different things that was developed.
Okay,
in
what
Egypt.
about?
Yeah, I mean that took a long time to develop, and that's from human ingenuity, like that.
Yeah.
Like that didn't just develop over a short period of time.
No, that's a fact. That's why Garfield give you. He just gave you.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't think anybody would say that either.
Yeah. So there's a time gap between like how we're looking at things and where it started and how things was just developed. But religion right now is just really is messing it all up. You know.
Nah, it's a misunderstanding. Religion mess it up. The human mind is actually, through the evolutionary process, the human mind is actually hardwired to believe. And so religion actually hijacks that. So that's part of being Homo sapiens sapien. The way I talk, the way Garfield talked, you know what I'm saying, we wouldn't have made it in the Stone Age. In the Stone Age, you gotta believe every goddamn thing because you don't know. Like our early ancestors, to come out the trees, they didn't know. Like you was a mark. Like everything was gonna eat you up. You stood about 4 foot. You wasn't Homo sapiens sapien yet, and you had to come out at nighttime and hurry up and get something and get back up in them trees where you was at. And that's why human beings will always make the mistake and calling a shadow a human, but would never make the mistake in calling a human a shadow. Never. See the difference?
Yeah. But would you call the people of, for lack of a better word, Kemet, were they superstitious or were they religious in a lot of ways?
They Homo sapiens.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Garfield.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Garfield? I mean, Wu Jiao, I listened to his page the other day. He's about to write a whole book on the Neters and the whole concept behind were they real entities, or were they just faculties of our
Imagination.
imagination?
Only your guy that comes on this channel teaches that they are real. Just for the record. Nobody else teaches that. Only the guy on Killah Priest's Podcraft teaches that. No. I'm not laughing to say whether he's wrong or right. I'm just saying he's the only guy. And it goes back to the cult that we're talking about with Dr. York. Because everybody thinks Dr. York is right and everybody else is wrong. So if you see the people who follow and love Dr. York, you see the same pattern. He's the only guy I've seen, maybe there's others, that teach that the Netaru are real people. He had a debate with Ankh, which he got, even Jabari beat him up. Everybody beat him up. I mean, come on.
According to,
to him, he won. Of course he won.
No, they said he lost on that debate. Jabari, they said he lost. They say because they saying Jabari lost.
Of course not.
I watched I don't know. I don't be reading the comments and all that stuff.
I don't believe
Both
that.
brothers is whatever. They shout out to them brothers. But I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
You asked a good question. Hey, Garfield, what did he ask you? Round it back a little bit.
He asked if the Netarus are...
that some people think that they're real.
No, you said some, as in plural.
You said Wujao.
Stop. No. He said Wujao is supposed to write a book about what they mean because people are misunderstanding it.
Oh, yes.
That's fine. Now, I want to know, you said some people. Who is the some? Because I only know one. So enlighten me, brother. Only one person.
No, I think that y'all want me to talk. Okay, I'll talk. I'm talking about just the you got one branch that reads the Sesh Metru Netter, and then you got another branch. You got David Hatcher Children's. You got all these guys that write these books, and they want to make you think that the Anunnakis are real, and that's another branch.
In the conscious community?
Not in the conscious community, but just around the world.
You said in the conscious community at first. You said in the conscious community.
Well, maybe some of them do believe that because they've read certain books. Some of them might think that they're real, and some of them don't. We don't know what when I look at the conscious community, I just think a bunch of people is conscious. I don't know if I don't look at like a nation of people. I just think you're conscious. You're reading something.
Hey, Razul, can I add on to what you're saying real quick?
Yeah.
All right, now, don't ask. I wouldn't suggest you ask me on questions like we disagree with people because we just want to be disagreeable. I would say that if anyone believes that, I would say I would love to see the evidence of the Netarus being real. The onus would be on them to provide that evidence because then you can't say that the other gods that people believe is not real, and then say the Netarus in Egypt is real, so Egypt is special. That sounds like not saying it's Dr. York, but it sounds like some Dr. York teaching. You know what I'm saying? So if you're saying that the Netarus are real, and I hope people understand what he's saying, it would be the equivalent of saying that the angels in Judaism or Christianity is real, or the deities are real in Greek culture. That's the equivalent of what you're saying. So I would evaluate it by saying I would first like to see, from a scientific mindset, I would first like to see evidence of that claim. What would be the evidence of that claim, my brother? You'd have to see the Netaru would have to communicate with
I don't know.
You, right?
You got to ask those guys.
No. I'm saying for it to be real, for something to be real as intangible, you would have to have some sort of communication. Like somebody said, God talked to them. If somebody said God talked to them, I said, how did you contact him? Did you send him a beep through his beeper? Did you call him on his cell phone? How did you contact God? So it's the same thing how you laugh, the same way we got to look at the Netaru. Not because we like Egypt, we're going to be like, maybe. Nah, we can't be wishy-washy. We got to be straight with everybody else. If we're going to say the Hebrew God is not real and disrespect those people's culture, we got to do the same thing with the people that say the Netaru is real.
Indeed. I think that
and by the way, I'm not saying the Netaru is not real on face value. Right. I'm saying that the concept of the Netaru has a specific meaning that maybe we need a better understanding of.
That's what I'm saying, and I agree with that. I watch all you guys, and I think that it's a real misconception going on
Yeah, that's
That's
why I have
been
a book
going
named
on.
Misconception. That's why I
Yeah,
have a
but
book named-
that's what the reason why they're here to break down what the misconception is and then break it down. So I'm just
Well,
helping you out on this because this is what I hear. Go ahead.
Oh,
go
no
ahead.
doubt.
So I kind of gave y'all a little precursor, and I talked about how humans look at a human and will never make the mistake and call it a shadow, but will always look at a shadow and make the mistake and call it a human. We all do it. If we're upstairs and we hear something crash through the windows, we automatically jump, right? We think maybe somebody's breaking inside the house, right? But through further investigation, we go downstairs, we see it was a damn tree that fell through. Okay, so why is this? Because it was part of the evolutionary process. You would have to jump. You would have to move. You don't got time to figure out what exactly it is. Get the hell out the way first. Like I was on the trail running and the shit and the grass moved. Do you think I analyzed what the hell that was? Hell no. Fight or flight, right? Get out the way first, then figure out what it is. This is part of the evolutionary process. Okay, it is instilled in us. Those who believe the most live the longest in those ancient times. Now that very thing has been used against us. Like we're talking about religions, and what y'all talking about, our community actually has been infected with new age science. They want to usher in a new age of science. This is where we all got in at. You know what I'm saying? We got in on a new age movement. That's what it's a new age movement, where they mixed everything together and put it in the bag and shook it up. Go ahead, bro.
They sprinkled it all in the 90s. That's where it came in at. About 91, 92. We all was young. We was reading about that. That's how York was able to get us. But not only York, but a community of different individuals was putting out those matrix books. And Behold the Pale Horse was a bestseller. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that stuff wasn't true or false. I'm not even saying that, but it was an era of just let's keep it real. I mean, when you say pseudoscience, it could be pseudo. You got to prove it if it's real or wrong. You know what I'm saying? And I agree with that. That's how they got us.
And I did buy Behold the Pale Horse. I did have William Cooper in high rankings because that's how I was taught. It was outside the slave theater, which is one of the homes of the conscious community of where it started. You had all these books being sold, and you saw Stolen Legacy, you saw Dr. Ben, you saw Dr. Clark's book, you saw Asa Hilliard's books, you saw all the greats' books. But at the end of the day, you had other books that were there that was what that led us down the wrong path. But what happened is a lot of these books that we read them because we saw how our elders referred them. And what happened is we hold our elders because of slavery and the tradition of respecting elders from off the continent. We carried that respect back to here when we came over on the slave ships. So elders are always respected. So whenever the elders would say something, we wouldn't fact check it. We didn't have Google. So everything the elders read or mentioned, we would say, yo, I got to get that book because you know what? Dr. Clark mentioned it. But we never vetted the sources. So that's what happened. Now we have the ability. It's not that the elders were wrong, but sometimes some of these scholars were looked up in the high, like some high value scholars back in the days, so our elders just went with it,
Indeed. I could, and Priest, definitely Priest. He's I call him the Melchizedek of the streets. He was out there in the 90s in New York, where a lot of that material is being distributed. You know what I'm saying? And and not only that being a Nuwapo, and that kind of led us to Nuwapo. And I don't want to say it like that. Ankh probably listening, he probably laughing, but it led us to that. Because, you can get a bunch of other books, and then York would have it in his book. He done had a whole little pamphlet about it. You know what I'm saying?
I think Dr. York's pictures was the best, man. Them pictures, you see them pictures, you gravitate. He got me with them pictures, man. I used to buy his books.
There's like,
that's what gravitated.
It was better than Marvel.
All right, but let's not glorify it. What I'm saying is it did gravitate, but what was behind it? You know what I'm saying? What was the whole source of him doing that? It's because when you start joining his occult, said right, Then all of a sudden he's the man from the planet Risk, and then he's Inky, he's all of these deities. And then next thing you know, because I don't push anybody touching children, you know what I'm saying? Or anybody with that. But it's like yo, you know what I'm saying? Once you start touching children and things of that nature, you're even accused of that. You ain't even accused of that. It steps into another vibe. And it's like, okay, so now you got cats now who's standing up now and who's like what Brother Garfield said. They're getting the information now. Now they down. There's no excuse. You got Google. You can search things for yourself and find out the truth. And then what did he say himself about this situation? It's time to grow, man. And I think this is about elevation and what this brother, him and Uncle say, be aware. Whatever happened in the past, but still it affects the future. Yeah. Can't be going around here now listening to just anybody in there and then a deity. You know, I heard somebody said that they was beamed up to the seventh heaven. Came down and can speak 8 languages, yo.
Yeah, they you know, now they call themselves, when I, you know, especially, you know, when I take on the name Heru, that's not saying I'm like walking around and, you know, I want you to worship me. I'm just taking on it as a title. And a lot of, and you go in the ancient days, people took that name on. But these guys actually think that they're the deity, and they tell people they're the deity, and they get money off of it. And, you know, people are sending them thousands of dollars, and they're telling them they can heal them from the disease, and I'm giving you this ancient knowledge, and it's pretty insane. You know,
it's a cult, man, and you know, my whole career has been based off of
we
busting out cults. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like dangerous business, bro.
Real talk.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying. Think about it.
You out. Go ahead.
You know what? We feel we have a lot of comfort in our beliefs, right? And a lot of our beliefs are based in just ignorance. And it affects everybody across the board. Like no one's escaping this, and that's why science and scientific literacy and financial literacy is so important. Okay, so to actually learn what nature is from science, man, it's incredible, right? Like you couldn't make it up. Like you just couldn't make up how nature works, how the body. There's still more discoveries to learn in the human body. Like that's amazing. You think they know everything about the human body? They do not. They do not. There's so much to discover to be on the frontier. And what I'm saying is anything that affects you, you better damn straight be part of it. So whether that's politics, whether that's science, right? Whether that's finances, you know, we need to train each other in our community, our kids, okay, to understand that because we are affected by science, right? Politics, like we need to understand politics. How does politics affect science? Do you want your politics in your science? How about your government? Yeah, you want your government in the science. Of course you want the politics because stem cell research and all that stuff. Okay, so, you know, people, they're starting the gene editing programs. Y'all heard of that, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Where people have a long line of disease in their family and they can actually edit out that particular gene. Okay,
that's pretty cool.
So what's going to happen to the poor people who don't got the money to do that? You know, can you make yourself the Chinese claim they had 2 twins and they claim to make them resistant to AIDS. They haven't verified that yet. But this is what's on the forefront. So you need governmental structures, right? Whether you think they bad, because you need somebody to looking at it and say, yo, let's draw the line right here. Right? All these things are essential for us making it, right? So I'm not actually trying to crush everybody's beliefs. I'm just trying to educate you and keep people out of damn cults, bro. And it's our wanting to believe, right? That keeps us stuck. Ponzi scams, giving your money to crazy people. What about the scam we all grew up on, where you wake up in the morning and the radio guy's on there and he taking the old lady's money on the TV? You see, they sent a faith offering to the middle of nowhere.
Remember that scene your grandma? Remember your grandma would get that letter in the mail or that package from that Christian organization?
Well, why did she?
Yeah,
the question is
not no disrespect to Christians, but I do remember she would, you know.
You talk about the little juice
Nah, man, she would get all kinds of weird stuff. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, they predators against older people.
Yeah.
And just the Ponzi scams, the scams on the internet.
Right.
You know, the phone calls you get, do this, do that, get this money, send it, we cash the check, send it back, all that stuff, right? That's based off of your mind, your believing mind. You know, get the book Believing Brain, right? Excellent work. Type in Believing Brain, okay? Talking about evolutionary psychology. So my point is, in Garfield, Garfield plays an essential role in what we do. Okay, he uses archaeology, textual critique. He puts that together. You know what I'm saying? Like my favorite thing has always been archaeology. Okay, like I could always kill a Hebrew with the archaeology. Because if it ain't there, bro, why you acting like it is? It's not there. We know how old something is based off of several different dating techniques, right? We know, we study the ruins, right? To go back in the conversation a little bit, right? We talked about like where religion come from, kind of, sort of. And you talked about these temples being built, right? Me and Garfield had an excellent conversation. And thank goodness there's some people you can just have good conversations with. We talked about the Tumuli, right? And maybe Garfield can help me out with this. The Tumuli, what the hell is a Tumuli? I'm gonna give you the precursor to a Tumuli. Throw some dirt on the dude.
You said a Tumuli?
Right?
You saying
throw some dirt. Listen, dig a hole. First you wasn't even putting people in the holes. You just leave them out of the landscape, right? And let the animals eat them. Some indigenous cultures did that. The Hebrews surely did it that way. They used to break the bones up and put them in this little thing. Ossuaries, look it up, right? So you dig holes, right? You find them in Africa, oldest such in Niger, right? Where they find the old 8,000-year-old graves in the Sahara, right? Where they throw dirt on it and they got pots and a different type of pots, right? Throw dirt on it. So you know if you're putting dirt in a hole, right, it's not gonna all go back, it's gonna leave like a little hill, right? This is the early Tumuli, right? And then you just build it up. I want to be slicker than you. I see Killah Breeze. Man, when they buried your ancestors, they had a big giant Tumuli. Let me do something better than that, right? From the Tumuli to the damn pyramids. How about that? You got it right behind you. You really have an exaggerated Tumuli.
So you saying the Great Pyramid of Khufu is a tomb? A tumuli?
Yeah, of course it is.
No, it's not.
No, it's not a tumuli.
That's what you're saying?
It's a evolved tumuli.
Yes, I'm not saying you trying to get us going.
So somebody was buried. You saying somebody was buried in there before?
No. So you trying to get us with the Nuwapian nonsense?
No, I'm not getting you with no Nuwapian nonsense. Hey, you was a Nuwapian, yo. You was a Nuwapian, yo. Don't try to use that. You trying to come at me up? All right, we can go at it.
No, we're not saying nobody's buried.
All right, well, you know.
All right, what you saying? Garfield, let's hear from Garfield. Go ahead, Garfield.
I don't think
pardon me,
you guys are understanding what we're actually saying, what a tumuli is. So what I'm going to do is let me get a good image of one and bring it up. Here we go. Here's one right here in Northern Ireland. I'm going to use this as an example, right? And what we're going to do is, well, let me just visit this website, see if we could go on there. And let's tell everybody what a tumuli is. So people can have an idea of what a tumuli is. And you do it right now in the backyard. If you're living down south in North Carolina, you have like a big backyard. I'm sure you got a tumuli where you buried your dead cat or your dead dog, and you throw some stones on top of some stuff, and you do your own building stuff. But let me just show y'all right now what it is. I'm gonna share my screen and you just show the people what a tumuli is.
AD, do we need to help them share a screen?
All right, hold on.
I want to see.
Let me press this.
I was going to ask you about the shape of a tomato, man. We want to get into that too, because how nature does, because what he was talking about was beautiful about nature and how it shapes certain things by itself. Go ahead.
Oh, nature's spectacular. You ain't getting around. Look, you're not going to fly a plane until you understand how to fly, man. You can't pray and fly. You gotta understand it. The Orel, the Wright brothers, right? And think about it. Orel.
Hold on. We're gonna get into it. Let's him show the tumuli first, and then we're gonna get into that. That was heavy.
All right, so here we go. So this is I think that's it right there. Yeah, there you go. So that's pretty much what a tumuli looks like. This is like a bigger one than the regular ones. but you have, this is a different version of a tumuli but it's still a tumuli. It's actually have a mount. So this is somebody who is buried. Because remember, you guys know what a mastaba is, right? Does everybody know what a mastaba is?
Yes.
What's a mastaba,
yes,
Russell?
it means bench. They use yes.
A mastabas is what the Egyptians would bury their dead in.
Yeah, they dead in, yes.
Right? But this is the root of it. This was the first version of a mastaba. But the Egyptians had it more organized because a pyramid is really a bunch of mastabas on top of each other. Because the Egyptians were they valued the death, the people who were dead a lot. But the origins of it come from here.
Okay.
All right. And if you look at a mastaba, I'm going to put a mastaba on the screen right now. And when I put the mastaba on the screen,
this is some science. Hold on, bro. Let's deal with this guy. Yeah.
Let me just put the mastabas on, and so everybody look at the mastabas.
I got an explanation for that.
Hold on, beloved. Hold on. We got mastabas. So we have different mastabas.
Okay.
All right. So this is like you said Arabic bench, but this is a different mastaba. But I'm gonna show. Let's go to the wiki article. A mastaba. So this is the example of a mastaba, right? This is a mastaba, and remember the picture that I showed before, the tumuli. So the tumuli is about burying the dead, and that's what mastabas is about. It's about burying the dead, but this is a rectangular one that's huge, much bigger than the regular mastabas. So this is how some of them are structured. Hold on.
Yeah, there's a lot of those structures that exist in ancient in Kemi, right?
Hold on a second.
I got some.
Now let me go back to tumuli real quick. So tumuli is about the dead, and they bury them and becoming a mound. The tumuli now were all over Kemet from 6,000, like around 6,000 BC, or 6,000 years ago.
Yeah, you found them in the Green Sahara first, though. 10,000.
Green Sahara first, and then you see them develop all over Africa. Then they're in Ethiopia, they're in Nubia. Then then you see them all over Kemet. So you see the type of burial system being all over the world, but you see it first. The tumuli is first in the Green Sahara region of Niger. All right. Now, it's evolving how you preserve the dead. Because if you look at Egyptian theology, and me and Uncle debate this all day, every day. If you look at the theology of reading the coffin text, the funerary text, they're telling you about how you're going to survive while you are dead. So the coffin text is relating to the theological part of Kemet, which I don't really deal with because I don't think we need coffin text today to survive. I don't see any reason.
Sorry, this is Ngozi, my bag.
All right. Well, can I make a little?
Go ahead, Ngozi.
Can I say
something?
Can I say?
Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
I'm around squad up, man. What's happening, yo? This is brother Ngozi. I'm glad to hear my brothers on here going in. Brother Garfield, brother Ankh. And I'm glad you guys are teaching and giving the people what they need. And I'm also glad that brother Garfield brought up the tumulis that's found in Egypt, which were the predecessors of the mastaba. In Arabic, mastaba means bench, which is those square houses that they had. But if you go further back past the tumulis, or the bench, the houses that they had that they buried their dead, you can also go to a zone in northern Sudan called Afad 23, where you find the first house structures being formed. But a lot of that stuff you start to see even the predecessors of those tumulis that he talked about in Egypt, which was the predecessor of the mastaba, which made way for the pyramid structures, you can find in the early Sahara. That Sahara is a power base and a powerhouse for Nile Valley civilization. And a lot of the remnants and structures, you can find the precursors of that in the Sahara. Very important.
Another thing too to add on to Ngozi is the pottery.
All that stuff. That Sahara is very important. So I'm glad my brother Garfield is breaking it up. They doing their thing. Even with the Pata Playa in northern Sudan, they also found those circular caps in the Sahara as well. You can see the direction that these people were going to before they even end up in Sudan as a meeting bridge with different groups of people from Africa, when you start following these structures. So if you look at those same circular structures, you find a lot of that stuff in the Sahara as well.
And Ngozi, I was reading over that article on the sickle cell, the one that traced back to 7,300 years, and it talks about the specific sickle cell marker.
Yeah, you want to come on a Zoom?
Yeah, ask him if you want to come on the Zoom because he can't hear me.
Come on the Zoom, King, because they can't hear you. All right. Good.
Yeah, and I hope people understand that what we're saying. The Green Sahara is in Africa. People migrated from all over Africa to other areas in the world. We need to stop saying nobody moved or we live one place forever. What happened is you could tell how people move by genetic markers, but you could also tell by something like the sickle cell trait, which originates the oldest in 7,300 years ago in West Africa, and it migrated. So it migrated to the Mediterranean region, to India, Egypt. It migrated to Italy, Greece. It migrated to other parts in from Central Africa to West Africa. So you see the people moving, and you see the people who come over on the slave trade with the same sickle cell trait or sickle cell disease marker. So you see the people who were living in West and Central Africa moving all over the world. Ankh can add on. Let me have Ankh add on to the ceramic and the pottery and the wavy line stuff. That's his specialty. He could talk about the pottery and how people migrated to even to Kemet and with ceramic pottery. And all that
hold on. So you talking from what I was said earlier? You're saying these are these people that we were talking about? Because I was talking about the pre-dynastic era,
right?
And the pottery and the different things, and then y'all went into what y'all was saying. I didn't get to finish what I was trying to say.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, but is that what you're saying right now?
What am I saying as far as what? That the pre-pottery people, the people with the pottery that deal with the ceramics before the naphtha ply was even built.
Yeah,
you had eras in Africa where they used
that's
the
what
same
I'm talking
material,
about.
The same material.
That's what I was trying to say. Okay. You know what I mean? All you know, before you before you
rudely interrupted you.
Yeah. See, it goes, all right. Yeah, y'all can play those little games, but don't think I don't know, because I know. Whatever. We're going. Proceed, brother.
We're not playing games, brother.
I know you're not playing games, but I was trying to make the point I was trying to make. I'll just throw it out there, and I know y'all gonna have something to say about that. I think that those monuments, and you spoke about the different tombs. You said that they're tombs and people were buried there. They never found any remains in those. They never found no bones. They never found Khufu's body. They never found Menkafare's body, Menkafara, Seneferu's body. None of them. What? They don't have the mummies that of the people that was buried in the pyramids. So how can you say?
Said that?
Yeah, well, you saying that they're burials. You saying that they're mastabas.
Man,
it's another word for Arabic word for bench.
That's what a pyramid is, bro. It's actually what happened.
That's what we talking about. The pyramid.
Yeah, you gotta prove that though.
You don't gotta prove it. It's right there. All right, look, hold on. Hit that mastaba right there. Yo. No.
Over
man, to me right,
I'm not going to accept that.
Garfield. No, right there, right. No, go back down. Come on, Garfield, go back down. Now go to your right. No, stay there. Go up one. Now over to your right. Stop, Garfield. There, right. Come on. Stop. Right there. Click that. Yo, do you see that chamber underneath of that mastaba, man? Stop it. Knock it off.
There's one of the chamber. They have the Osirian shaft.
You gotta stop, man.
That's about 700 feet. They have the same thing there.
Let's do it one at a time.
Okay.
So you can hear each other.
Go ahead.
Hear them out.
Remember, hold on a second. Remember what is a pyramid and what is it housing?
Yeah,
You gotta be careful, bro. You gotta know what you're talking about.
They were never called that.
Okay, look at this. Mastabas were early one-level tombs with sloping walls so that the flat roof was actually smaller than the base. The word mastaba comes from the Arabic word meaning stone bench. Earliest were made of unfired mud brick. Over the interior has become more ornate with decorated scenes to ensure the dead would want for nothing in the afterlife. So if you look at the mastabas, you see this, what is built? This is the dead down here. It's preserving the dead.
Send it to Ngozi.
Okay.
That's the purpose of a mastaba.
Just the Zoom. That's his email.
Right. Remember, pyramids based on mastaba construction, smaller mastaba placed on top of larger ones. That's what a pyramid is, bro.
I know what a I know what
hold
a
on.
pyramid is.
Hold on.
I know what
We
the
just
meaning of
told
it
you-
means.
we
But
just
no,
told
I'm not.
you that
No, stop, Jan. One at a time.
That's not what they called it in the ancient
What they
land.
call
You can't.
But
They call it
a mirror. What they
no,
call it?
They called it a mirror. That's what it was called. So
What's
you
your
want to go
point, though?
against what?
I'm
what
not trying to go against you.
go against the ancient knowledge, yo.
No.
So
Hold
you
on.
Gonna call it a mirror. You already know what that
One
One
at
is.
at a time. One at a time.
Go ahead.
Hold on, let me make this point, Garfield.
Go
Listen,
ahead.
look. I don't know why you want a sword fight. Ain't no need to sword fight.
Yeah, well, you know.
We was trying to show you how. Remember, I said nature doesn't allow you to miss no steps. We was simply showing you the steps to build a damn pyramid. No one gave you a explanation of what the hell it was. We simply showed you the evolution of it, bro.
Yeah, everybody
You gotta
knows
knock
that
it
though.
off.
Everybody
I knew it.
knows
Remember I
that.
said it? Killer Priest. Remember I
Everybody
said,
knows
yo,
the
he's trying to
saying.
play the Nuwapian thing.
Well, it was one
He was
No,
trying to
ain't
make
nobody
an
playing the
argument that
Nuwapian
wasn't
thing.
there.
See,
All right,
Nuwapian-
Yeah, I said it. I said, yo,
Whatever.
you're trying to
Go
hit
ahead,
with the
man.
Nuwapian thing. You was trying to create an argument that wasn't even there. So now a different conversation would have been, so what were they
I did
used
hear the
for?
Nuwapian pop out. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you let it pop
Yeah,
out. So
yeah,
you
yeah.
could have said, well, what were they used for? We simply gave you the evolution from the tumuli. Remember I said from digging a hole, throwing people in it, putting some pots in it, putting some dirt over top you, right? And then piling up, put some stones, rocks, and tumuli. Then you move on to the mastabas, right? Then you build, then you stack them on top of each other. Okay? And then after that, you get the step pyramid.
It's not
Zosa,
that simple, man. You try to make
right?
it that
And then
simple. It's
you
not
get
that
the
simple.
Bent pyramid. And
not
then
that-
you get the pyramid. Matter of fact,
It's not
the
that
only
simple,
place
man.
got pyramid. All right.
All right, okay.
I don't know,
So,
man. But whatever.
well,
Go
so
ahead.
then you tell them
That's a
how it
different
was built.
No,
conversation.
I'm not gonna go through all that. It's not a battle, man. Go ahead, man.
No, Rasul, I'm not trying to bet. I'm saying you're
no.
having a different conversation than what I'm
Yeah,
having. right
yeah. Right, you right. All right.
Yeah, now, okay, let's stop what I'm saying.
It sound like
Let's have the conversation you want to have.
No, I don't want to have that conversation.
Yeah,
because-
tell us what are they?
No, because it's going to be it's going
I'm
to go
listening.
on,
No, we all listening.
You got your
Might as well-
point.
No, we all listening
You
to
ain't
this.
fought that hard.
Whatever.
So
do
come
a
on,
pro-
you
we gotta
can't
do
just
a-
back up now. You got everybody listening.
I think that they were houses of energy, man. They were like some kind of form, like for irrigating water, using it as power. Yeah, I literally think that.
Yo,
You wouldn't
mean to
build
tell me-
something that way. Why would you bury somebody in something like that? Why would
First
you-
of all,
why
we
would you
showed
do
They
that?
didn't bury him in there. We already said that. They didn't bury nobody. in
No,
nothing.
you said that, okay, so
That's
you
why I
said it
made
was a
him pick up.
mastaba. That's where it
No, they didn't
evolved
bury
from. You said
nobody
it
in the
evolved from.
mastaba.
But you gotta give him a chance to
Chamber
answer the
They
question.
buried it.
Yeah.
They buried it under it. So where's the mummies at? We found Tutankhamun's
Is that
bodies.
your question?
Yeah.
All right, so that's his question.
Where's the bodies at? You
Well,
can't
okay,
say
just because ain't nobody
because the
man,
Osirian shaft. You can go there
yo,
too.
So you
Go
can't,
ahead.
you can't ask the man the question and just keep cutting him off.
Nah, don't dive in, Garfield. Not dive in.
He said
Garfield.
something
Garfield,
important.
Don't dive.
Okay.
Don't dive in. Listen, bro. They barely got anything anyway while we talking. You talking 3,000-4,000 years ago. You know how long that is? And you worrying about a body. They ain't got no whole lot of Egyptian bodies. Like it get the soil, eat it up, all that. Like we can't be serious right now. You're talking 7,000 years. You 5,000, 3,000, 4,000 BCE. It's 6,000 years ago. Like that's a long time, and we brush over it. Like where the body's at? How the hell I know? Who would actually know that answer?
Yeah, well, they found a bunch of other people. They found
not a bunch.
All right,
You got
well,
millions of people living in the
well,
valley.
you
Yo, they
never
ain't
know
found
what
a
they're
bunch
going to
of them.
find. You never know what they're going to find.
And I agree. Now that I can agree with you.
You don't.
So I'm not
That's what I'm
debating.
saying. So we can't just use the conventional belief that we don't know.
We can say what you're saying is wrong though, because we're
Which- what-
scientifically literate. Yeah, because we're scientifically literate. Yeah, we know
Okay,
what you're
whatever,
saying.
whatever.
Definitely ain't hitting the mark. Wasn't no water shaft. Wasn't none of the pseudo
That's
ideas.
wrong. That's wrong. I gotta do another show. We gonna do. We gonna show. I'm gonna show you.
Listen, we can do it right now.
I'm sorry.
Pull a source that you got to say they some kind of hydroplanet.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
hold on,
irrigation.
bro. You gotta pull a source. Yeah.
Hold on. Irrigation, water, agriculture. That's what I mean by that. That they use that. Either the structures was used as an energy source for just, we don't know what they were doing, but
we do know what
they were doing something. They were doing something. It wasn't just from your opinion, conventional archaeologists'
opinion. What do you
opinion.
think they was doing? So,
I want to do a whole presentation for that.
Huh?
I'm not just going to sit on there in a hot box.
I set them up, right?
Yeah, you did set. I
set them up, Killah Priest.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Y'all know what I said earlier, right?
You can say that to anybody that comes on here that says that, though.
So give me a chance.
I set you up.
Yeah.
I set you up. I let the audience know early in the game. I said, nature does not allow you to miss steps. You trying to make the Egyptians miss steps.
No,
you got them on some high technology. I want you to know, listen, I want you to know that electricity has always been around, bro.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this again. During the time of the Egyptians, electricity was around.
You're saying that.
What I'm saying is they didn't know it. Tesla, right? He knew about. He had like he had a keen understanding of electricity. Like he kind of had a feel for it, the way it moved and how to harness it, right? Mm-hmm. Where a lot of other people didn't. The Egyptians wasn't there yet, bro. It was right in front of their face.
Well, I'm talking about,
and they didn't know how to do with it. I'm talking
about irrigation and other things. Other things.
Okay, you making them skip steps is what I'm saying.
Who skip steps?
The Egyptians couldn't have did none of the stuff you're saying.
Okay, you can
think about it. They wasn't there yet. They could build. I'm not
saying. Yeah, they could build that.
He making sense.
Yeah, they could build that. But what I'm saying,
and because they knew the steps, though. Remember, I started with the mud on the ground. Remember, it was steps to get to that, bro. They didn't just dive out of there with pyramids. Matter of fact, you don't find pyramids in America. There aren't any pyramids in America. Let's stop it. A pyramid is a flat. That's a pyramid, right? But go ahead.
Okay. What I'm saying is, there was a method to building those structures, and you can't. There is no way. There's no scientific explanation on how they did it. Nobody can replicate it now. But they not only just the pyramids, but just the temple constructions as well. Is kind of mind-boggling. And in fact, people can't even cut stone the way they cut stone back then. So there is some kind of scientific way on what they were dealing with back. There's some kind of science. There is a gap between how we look at how we deal with engineering today and how they dealt with it back then. You know what I'm saying?
You back.
That's basically what I'm saying.
They couldn't build an Empire State Building back then, yo. Let's stop. And just because we don't know, don't mean that's not. That means we just don't know yet.
The Empire State Building is weak, bro.
We can't fill it in.
It's not made out of stone.
We can't fill it in. If we don't know, we just don't know. You can't fill it in with some made-up pseudoisms.
Okay.
That actually hurts our community, right? So actually, people who couldn't even decipher the Meta Nature was talking about Egypt. They didn't know the Greeks. The Greeks hadn't deciphered it yet. They didn't know. They didn't know, bro. You got Champollion and Thomas Young and them. They finally deciphered it. But before that, they was making up all kind of stuff. In the New Age science, they talk the same thing you're talking about. They didn't have it. Like, first of all, being able to construct a pyramid was the thermonuclear weapon of the day. Like, that's hands down.
What's the thermonuclear weapon of today? What would that be?
No, I'm saying vaccines.
All right. Well,
meaning the level is so high with the science. Like building those pyramids was so high that they had an up on everybody else as far as that technology went. Like that was serious.
Well, they still have it. They still have it up on us today because no one can cut stone or they can't replicate it. They can't replicate it the same way. Ankh, it doesn't work.
Man, it don't. Nobody's spending $1 billion to build no damn pyramid.
No. What I'm saying is,
they can do it or not.
All right, whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, why would you do that? Why
So,
would you?
hold on a second. Hold
on.
on a second, Unc. I think
Whatever.
you're looking at this the wrong angle, my brother. So, Rasul, are you saying that aliens built the pyramid?
No, I'm not saying that aliens built the pyramids, yo. What I'm
So
saying
you're
is,
saying that they can't replicate that technology.
no, they
I
can't
see
build.
it.
They don't build.
I see a little bit of
They
Dr.
can't-
York in the teachings that you're teaching.
They
So I would like
cannot-
to ask you. Okay, hold on. No,
they
no,
cannot
no, brother.
replicate that monument
brother,
in stone today.
My brother.
They can't do it.
Who built the pyramids, brother? Teach us. Who built the pyramids?
We really don't know.
We do know. You guys stop.
Hold on.
But neither
sound
do
like
you.
two.
Neither do
Hold
none of you
on,
guys.
hold on,
Neither do
on,
none of you
hold on.
guys. You can't just
Hold
come
on.
on here and say, "Oh, it's built by a
Okay,
monster
okay,
god."
Rasul,
And we know it's the
Rasul.
Arabic word for bench, and it
Rasul.
came from that, and
All right,
this,
let's
that.
do it,
It was a
let's-
little bit more
Rasul,
complicated
let's
than
do
that.
this
That's
step.
basically what I'm
Rasul,
saying.
Rasul.
Well, let
Let
me
me
basically
say
what I'm
this,
saying.
Killah. Let me say this,
Go ahead.
Killah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Since Rasul came on, he's been very defensive. I don't know why. We don't have no problems with you, bro. Me and Unc don't got no problems with you.
All right, man.
It's
All
because
right? I just want to make that
because-
clear.
it's
I
because
just wanna make this
he's a
clear.
Virgo.
No, we just, you know, you
Might
know,
have been a little bit of,
you know what it is. I'll tell you what it is, because I love both of you brothers. You know,
it
it's
might have
kind
been
of
a
like
little
the.
bit of, is a little bit of drinky drink.
No, it ain't no drinky drink. I'm good. I mean, it was just like he came in with the Dr. York stuff. It was just like boom, bang,
That's
boom.
what.
So
That's
it's
all
like,
right,
you know,
all right. Okay, I got you. I
you
got
know,
you. You know
it's
what?
like,
I'm
it
on
ain't
But
your
he
like that.
attacked. Well, he didn't
Rasul.
attack, but he just talked about a whole bunch of people that.
yeah. You
Rasul,
know, but
you know what, Rasul? I'm on your side. Watch this. Look,
There
I'm
you
gonna show you
go.
how I'm on your side. Watch this now.
There you
here
go.
we go, yeah.
Rasul,
Right.
whenever we're dealing with ancient Egypt,
Okay.
would you agree that if somebody built the pyramids, the Egyptians, if they documented it, that's whose word I would take, right or wrong?
Indeed.
All right. So now, are you aware that the Egyptians documented the process when and the workers that were involved in the construction of the pyramids? This is my elder right here, my master, one of my master teachers, and he has a presentation. And hold on. The reason why he's bringing this up, because this is the same
We
slide
talking
he
about
used to beat up what? No. Listen, you just agree with me when I said to you, would you agree if anyone built the pyramids, the Egyptians would have documented it? And you said, yes.
Yeah, I would agree with it, but actually,
All right,
it
now watch
depends
it.
on. It depends
Watch
on.
it, watch
Hold
it,
on,
watch
hold on.
it.
Hold on. I gotta kind of, you know, to see what you're presenting for me to do. I'm just not gonna disagree with it, but if it lines up and I see it as a reasonable or factual, yeah.
Well, I'm a shut
All
up now.
right?
I'm gonna mute
But
my
I'm
mic.
not just gonna. I'm not just gonna take. I'm not gonna take anything for granted like that. No.
You're not gonna take the Egyptians' word for it, right? I want you to say that.
Depending
I will
on how.
not take-
Depending
Nope.
on. Depending
want you to
on
say,
their
I
knowledge
will
of the
not
sesh
take-
met you nurture,
We
and
gotta-
what you're what
We got to come
and,
to an
you know,
agreement. Are you going to say? So what are you saying?
He's saying he's presenting a
No,
documentation.
I'm
that,
saying to you before he does anything.
Okay.
Yeah,
if
go
the
ahead.
Egyptians are telling us what the workers did
Okay.
while they were dealing with the pyramids, wouldn't it give you the impression, or for you to have the common sense to say, hey, these are the people that built the pyramid? Because again, pyramids are extension of mastabas on top of mastabas. People don't realize that.
Yeah, not everybody agrees with you on that, though.
You see, it's not about
disagree?
agreeing with me. It's what it is, bro.
Just say- I
It's a
don't know.
reality.
I don't
No,
know. I'm just saying. I just like to
Listen.
study the concept.
All right, let me put up
I'm
the
not
source.
agreeing with. I'm not
Listen.
agreeing with both parties.
I don't need you to agree.
I'm still
Here go
doing
the
my own.
source.
I'm still doing my own research on it.
You're not
I'm
a
doing my own.
researcher.
So yeah, I'm a researcher.
not. No,
Yeah,
you're
whatever.
not.
You
I'm
wanna
not just going
align-
to
you
accept
wanna
that.
align up-
That's an old
all right.
concept. But go ahead, though. Go on.
Do you
Here you
believe?
go.
Do you
Can
believe
I,
that
all right,
the
let me show you. Can
pyramids
y'all see
are-
the screen? Y'all
Hold
see
on,
the screen,
Do
right?
you believe that pyramids are aligned with Orion's belt? Do you believe that?
Do I believe that? No.
Yeah.
I do not believe
Oh,
that.
why not? That's a Dr. York thing.
Yeah, well, see, there you go. There you trying to play that little game, the Dr. York game. You threw that in. You see how the little jab and the left freeze, the right,
Oh,
the jab.
man.
You just hit me with a right and a left. And you got Ankh in the corner.
I would
He-
have thought you would have said
Yeah,
yeah.
no, I do not agree with that. Nope, I do not agree with that.
I'm gonna step out of my pseudo lane today. It's aligned up. If you go out into the desert,
agree with
like
that.
60 miles, you might get a line.
Stupid, yo.
Yeah,
So
All right,
that's
let me
not-
get
that's
it
not
straight,
all-
man.
I heard other people say that too, not just York.
not, Yeah, a lot of people did. Robert Brevall said that as well in his book.
No, we're not doing.
And all them guys. Yeah, he's lined up with Orion and.
No, we're not doing it right now. Hey, listen, let me show this right here.
Go on.
No, Robert.
Let's just go ahead.
No, Robert. Go ahead. Let's go.
Ankh, is this your screen with the harbor of Khufu?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
This is called the Harbor Khufu. This is an archaeological survey, right? With meaning professionals, experts went and dug this up. And these are their findings. It's called the Harbor of Khufu. Not we gonna run around and play Nuwapian games.
Yo, stop calling me a Nuwapian, yo.
We ain't doing
Stop calling me that. You used to be a Nuwapian, yo.
Listen, I'm not even. He evolved.
I'm just saying, though.
I'm just saying, you can't just keep bringing up his past, bro. I mean,
he keep bringing up my past. He's saying Nuwapian stuff.
Y'all arguing over.
I wasn't even talking. Listen,
go ahead. Just
when
listen.
they say, yo, when you throw a stone, yo, so how do you go when you throw a rock? The one that Holland was hit or something crazy.
Don't hide your hand. Don't hide your hand.
It's not.
Somebody throw a rock. Don't hide your hand at the rocks. Somebody, don't hide behind the.
Yeah,
don't throw a rock if you got a glass house. All right, go ahead.
Throw a rock in a Doug Holler. You know that's
fool me once.
Anyway,
all right,
the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make.
Some alcohol.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Let's go.
The point I want to make here is that most people aren't even familiar with archaeological surveys and what they stand for and what they mean. But this is in the coast of the Red Sea at Wadi al-Jar, right, in Egypt on the coast. So what did they find, right? Let me do this. I want to do it just like this. I just want to go straight to it. Found the fragment, right? Meta-Necha. Okay, archaeology, unique testimony of Cheops's papyri, right? It said in 2013, fragment of papyrus dating from the 4th century, from the fourth Egyptian dynasty were discovered near the Gulf of Suez. Accounting documents, and ship logs. Think about what I'm saying. They tell a unique, direct story of the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza. They also provide unprecedented information about how the work was organized and where. So this kills you, man. To
yo, who? So why isn't this work being used, brother?
Right now, bro. Knock it off.
All right, whatever.
Now, it say the papyrus Talet found at Wadi el-Jafar from 2600 BCE, the world's oldest reference to the horizon of Khufu or the Great Pyramid. So this particular papyri that they found, right? It's Cheops's brother. He's in charge of the workforce. So anybody that says they don't know how they did it, nigga, they showing you he was getting the finishing stones. Okay, remember that conversation I had with Tahuti about where the stones came from? He made it seem like that they went all the way over here to get the stones. And I showed y'all that the rock quarry was right there where they built the pyramids. Like, that's smart. But the finishing stones, right, they had to travel all the way up the Red Sea to get it. You know, those beautiful white limestones, these are the ones that they had to travel long distances with. Not the big stones right there that Tahuti tried to fake everybody with. He tried to play us with that. He acted like that moment didn't happen. But these finishing stones is what Cheop's brother was bringing back. And they got it all written down. They got how much they was paying people, how many people went, the whole 9 yards. So to actually sit here and act like they don't know everything, but they got that right there, that's more than the average person sitting on YouTube got. And I'm glad the baby present this on this show, bro. Because guess what? They're going to go back and look at that debate we did. And we caught that dude lying about the 3-ton stone inside the pyramid. Remember he talked about the stone inside the pyramid and made it up. I say, dog, we read it on Wikipedia article and say where it actually came from, right? So none of those big stones had to travel long distances because they built it right on a damn rock quarry. How smart is that? Very intelligent, right? But those finishing stones, right? That particular article was talking about the finishing stones. They was finishing up the project, right? His brother was in charge, right? They got how long it took them to travel, what they was picking up, had everything like they do today. They was meticulous record keepers. So I'm not going to sit here and disrespect
can I ask you a question?
Record keeping. It's crazy, bro.
Why isn't that used as a primary source then? Why doesn't the world? Why doesn't the world? No, I'm not saying you. I'm talking about the world. I'm not saying. I'm like, I don't think that all of the academias agree with that.
No, they do. That's why we're here on Killah Pre-Show.
Okay.
So that his audience can
So you
get
agree?
something.
So you agree with modern?
No, I'm saying listen, bro.
You deal with mainstream Egyptology. That's all. That's all I want to know.
No, if I was mainstream, if I was mainstream, right? Listen, I bring complicated subject matter to mainstream. Mainstream don't know about this. Nobody got time to do this. You didn't even know about it.
Yeah, I did know about
you
that.
on YouTube every week.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, yes, I did know about that.
Okay, so if you know about it,
I didn't bring that up when I debated Tahuti. I didn't bring that up. I should have used that one. Because I didn't think that was credible enough to debate Tahuti with. We needed something more tense. It wasn't more credible. You can't just use up. Listen. Listen. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that's not a good point, but it just doesn't prove that they built that. We should just use that they built those monuments. I think it's a little bit more deeper than what we think. That's all I'm saying. Ankh? Garfield laughing at me?
It's Ankh. Nah, nobody laughing.
Nah, I love you guys.
It's really gotta come out.
See, I knew y'all. I know too. Y'all cut me with the sword. I got beat down, yo. I had to come back, and I'm just pointing that point out. I mean, don't everybody agree with that?
Oh wow! Ain't nobody trying to beat you up. Wow.
You know, but it's all good though.
They just
Sorry
he
about
pull out that. Nah, it's all good.
Yeah.
Where's Unc at? Unc left for a minute. All right, so let's go to Garfield. Let's go to Garfield.
Garfield, you got the stage.
Yeah, what's the science? Let's give you the mic.
No, what I would say is that what Ankh is showing is what the primary sources of what the actual Egyptians, we're calling them Egyptians, they didn't call themselves that. It's a modern day term that we use, right? Now, the Egyptians said how they built the pyramids, what the workers did, where they went to get the stuff, how much they pulled, and all that stuff. That's the primary source. That's why I asked you before Ankh showed his slides, do you believe that if the Egyptians say they did something, that's how it was done? Why would they lie about it? This is what they did. They're telling you how they got the pyramids together. And you're worried about them doing it today. That's not the issue. I could show you videos of people trying to put pyramids together. They built pyramids in Chicago. They got a pyramid. How he built that?
I mean, yeah. They do have pyramids. I mean, I agree with you on that. They have a pyramid in Vegas, and you're right, Garfield. They have one in what you say again? It's
Chicago.
Chicago. They also have one.
And Dr. York built one.
He built.
Dr. York built one.
Yeah. All right. Well, no, that's that. All right. Well. I mean,
that was good, yo. That's a damn restaurant. Stop.
Whatever, man.
That's what it was, yo.
All right.
Was it already there?
Whatever.
Was it already?
I agree with you. Listen,
Maybe
man.
it was already
this
there
kind of
before he came.
This kind of conversation go on all night long, man. So I'm gonna give y'all the floor.
I killed you with the archaeology.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, man. No, you did
listen,
not.
So I'm gonna show you how the conversation goes.
I don't look at it like no mastaba. You try to use that.
Rasul,
in my opinion, that's not what it was.
Rasul, listen, Rasul.
Go ahead.
Listen, you can play the little game with the pyramid, right? You say that's not what it was, right? But you is not gonna sit here and tell us that them people ain't throw no dirt on dead bodies.
No, I'm not saying that.
It ain't even complicated, yo. You making something.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, he came.
They did.
He did come with a. He came with a primary source.
All right. He used the monster
primary source.
He didn't use the Neb Ankh, which is what we consider the. Listen, man. All I'm saying is, it's not the same.
All I'm saying is, where your source at? At this point in time,
I don't need to pull no crazy sources out. Everybody knows to study Kemet. We're talking about these things.
No, we
right,
don't.
Whatever, man.
No,
whatever, yo.
You know that.
No, we don't.
Whatever, yo.
We all don't know. We knew we wouldn't be sitting here on this show trying to educate anybody so they can know. We all don't know. What we do know is you the only one that ain't showed the source yet.
Yeah, I ain't got all my whatever.
I ain't even come on here.
You can't. Who did that before? I said if you're gonna pull out a source, if you're gonna talk about the source, then you gotta come with a source.
Well, I mean, one thing. You
gotta let them keep.
We didn't call it a mastaba. We didn't call our grave pits those those things.
What you mean,
Africans.
we?
And
You wasn't
I'm
there?
done talking about we wasn't there. Yeah, I wasn't there. See, that's the game you play, Unc. You always
Like you
trying
went
to
to
play that
school
little
with him or
game.
something. You ain't went to school with no damn Egyptians, yo.
Yeah,
That's 6,000 years ago.
All right. You're a funny guy.
No,
Yeah,
I said
kill
that
you,
when
no,
you was
no,
right
no.
No, yeah, whatever. You ain't in school with
I
nobody.
said that about the record.
All right.
He said we got the record.
All right.
We got the records.
Did
Where?
you
got no
Malachi,
records. You ain't got no
Pyramid,
records, man. You ain't got no records, man. I mean, you probably got some records. You
I
going
just
off of
did.
conventional
So,
archaeologists.
brother.
You going off of mainstream Greco-Greek archaeology.
Mainstream? Okay, let's
Yeah.
do this then. All right. Okay,
And I ain't gonna
let's
sit
be
up here and argue about it.
No,
About
we're not
all night
gonna. No,
about
we don't
this,
want to
man.
argue, bro.
Well, you
Listen,
just told me. I'm here.
Right.
You just said he went off a Greco-Roman.
No,
empire.
I mean he's going off as a mastaba we know that's the Arabic word for bench, but it's like that's not what we called. It wasn't. Listen, it wasn't called that. And yes, we have a bunch of burials in Kemet, but we haven't found. How is it that we found bodies all throughout the valleys of nobles and valleys of kings and various other places, but we never found any bodies inside of the pyramid of
because they wasn't
Khufu?
built inside because they wasn't in there.
All right, so it was
No
never
one
no
says
bodies
that
in there.
but you.
So you saying it's built in the interior? We have the Osirian. Where's
Never
it at?
said
Where's the
that,
bodies
bro.
at? Where's the skeletons
Never
at?
said that, man. They
Come
stole
on,
this
bro.
shit.
They
bro.
stole it. They stole the body of Khufu.
Because it wasn't
stole it.
inside of the pyramid. It never was. Nobody was ever buried inside the pyramid. Why you keep saying that?
All right, so so now that we say that, then that it was never a burial source. There had to be some kind of form
They
of
show you the shafts, yo. Like you can't be serious right now.
Come on, man. The
Just say you
shafts.
just joking.
You see the shafts?
Hey, yo,
They could have been. They could have been used. It could have been used. Just because the shafts there doesn't mean it was used for some kind of tomb to bury somebody there.
All right, man. So what do you think? Help us out, bro. You said
I
it
don't
was
know.
what again?
I don't know. I don't know what it could. I don't know what it'd be.
Let's
what
hear
it-
your intelligent idea.
Who
on the
knows? Who
situation.
knows?
Go ahead.
Recrease.
No, you can't say that. That's not fair. Go ahead.
Maybe I don't know what it was used for. I don't know. Maybe to
So
store
you don't know
power.
what it's used for, then why you fighting?
Well,
No
I'm
one
fighting
fights over
against.
something they don't know.
I'm fighting against the fact that you're gonna call it a mastaba and say it's. You don't know what it is. You don't know what it was
Masood,
either.
Let me say
Go
this.
ahead,
He didn't just say it. He came and he came with his source.
And he used.
You haven't bought no source though. You just said
Well-
you said what it was, but you can't say he just can't say that. You say it, and then we got to believe you.
Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying, Priest, about that. You're right, but at the same time, neither can he. He can't say that. Oh, we just gonna sit up here and then you're gonna use like the conventional.
They're conventional.
Yeah, that's what they use, the conventional Eurocentric ideology, and say,
I hate
oh, it's a
that.
mastaba.
All right,
Come
so
on,
it's
bro.
a master bar. All right. So
That's what
is
he's
it a
saying.
master bar?
Let's do this for a minute. This is what I want to do. This is the problem. He's waging war against science right now.
No, I'm not.
He's a non-expert telling us what a bunch of
Let's go,
experts
science.
is. Then he
Let's
acts
go,
like
yo.
only experts is white people.
What's going on?
See, somewhere in the
You're
back of
going
his
off the
mind,
white
yo.
facts. You're going off the white people
Hold on,
too.
let me make my
Because
point. Let me
So
make my
is
point.
it all right?
So some kind of way in the back
the
of your
facts
mind,
white?
so in
Go
the
ahead.
back of his mind, he really don't respect his ancestors, right? He'll say out of his mouth, right, that our ancestors created math and built pyramids. They say all that shit. Then because it's 2022, all of a sudden niggas forgot how to do that type shit.
no,
Like, you know, ain't no
that's not
black
what I'm
experts
saying.
that-
That's not
You
what I'm
did say
saying.
that.
No,
You said it-
I
you-
didn't say
science
that.
is not
All
bro.
I'm saying is,
Science is not white.
we're not
Science
going to
is
go.
a human endeavor,
Oh, sorry,
yo.
sorry.
Listen,
All
bro.
right, go ahead.
Science is a human
No, I'm not saying that.
endeavor, bro.
That's not.
Yo,
That's
listen
not what I'm
what
saying,
I'm trying
brother.
to tell you. Listen, man.
All right,
We
go
just
ahead.
listen.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to
All
listen.
right.
I'm trying to get.
Scientists.
All right.
We have
all right.
Tell
plenty
us.
of scientists.
Go ahead.
Black scientists, Chinese scientists. It's
Yeah.
a human endeavor. Like science is not relegated to a race of people. That's bananas. So you saying Eurocentric, a number is a number. 5 plus 5 is 10. Not because the Euro said it, because it adds up.
Well,
you get the point I'm making?
they do control.
No,
They
that's the Malachi
control
York
it though.
running around in your
No,
head,
that's
yo.
not the Malachi York thing.
All right,
He's trying to.
let's hear it from Sue. then. Go ahead, Sue.
It's not the Malachi, because I don't want to be all long-winded with Young. I want y'all to talk about something else.
I'll try
But
to slow it down now.
it's not the Dr. York. Damn, man, Dr. York. Fuck. It's not the Dr. York mechanism, yo. It has nothing to do with that. All I'm saying is
Who
that.
brought up Dr. York?
No, because Unc keep trying to use that. He keep trying to
say that. He said,
yeah, he did. He said he keep trying to
scientists.
use the Dr. York, and then he used sciences. It's kind of all the one thing. Listen, my whole
Dr.
thing
York, a
is.
scientist? Go ahead, just go
Stop
ahead.
it, Priest.
Break it down.
Please
Break it
stop
down.
it, yo. Y'all playing games, yo.
Yeah, you confusing
Stop it,
me
yo.
now. All right, so go
All
ahead,
I'm
break it
saying
down.
is, I'm not using the Dr. York syndrome. Okay,
Let's clear that. Let's get that clear.
that's not what I'm using. All I'm saying is, Unc, that even when I say Eurocentrics, right, I'm saying that they're in control of the academia of telling the story of that Kemet. Right? That's all I'm saying. And all I'm saying is that, well, yeah, you can use that, you could use that term, mastaba, and use the conventional archaeological terms for how they built upon the mounds and different things. But I'm saying that it was more strategic engineering work to what we're seeing. We're about to go to Egypt. Me, Priest, and David Flores. We're going to Kemet, yo. For like 4 weeks, we're going to go see everything. And we're going to document it with Yusef Ayuan, right? And we're going to go there and we're going to we're going to look at everything. And all I'm saying is, in my mind, that stuff doesn't look like it was very strategic. Something is a little off with the periods of time in history. That's all I'm saying. They had to have had more.
Hold on for a minute.
They had to have had more engineering tools or something.
It was called per digit. That's what it was called. It's the same thing as mastaba or mastabat. It means per digit, meaning house of stability, house of eternity, or eternal house. That's all it is. Per digit. So you wanted to say per digit instead of mastabas? Do you feel better that way?
Yeah, see, you see, I see a little game you're playing.
No,
You're a funny guy.
So you gotta
well, you can say it like that. Okay.
It's because the religious.
Hold on,
all right, you're gonna call me religious.
I ain't call you religious. I said because the religion
Yeah.
is getting kind of mixed up because it's like, is you want them to say a certain word? You want to?
No. I'm not telling you to use a certain word. All I'm saying is the constructions, the engineering, the position behind how they built and layered the blocks.
We went for a straight minute and a half. I heard you.
All right, go ahead.
So what I want to know is, right, since you're discounting the Euroscience and all that, completely, utterly throwing away all the black people who spent thousands of dollars to get their doctorates in Egypt. So you're going to throw them away, that's fine, right?
Why you do
I'm
that?
asking you right now, what is it that you have now that could give us the alternative story? What documents are you using? What information are you using? Not just running around in your head. What is it that you have that we can say, you know what, man, okay, I see it. Right now, I'm just listening to you. What are you using? You're not going to use archaeology because that's the white man stuff or the Euro stuff. You're not going to use science.
You
What
can't
are
answer
you
that question.
using?
Could you answer
What
that?
Jedi mind trick are you using? Because you got to use a Jedi mind trick at this point. You can't use no sciences or nothing. Can't use archaeology. You can't use bird. You can't use nothing. What are you using, Rasul? Besides your Negro intelligence, we call that Negro.
You're gonna call me a Negro? Okay, that's funny.
Negro,
Funny guy.
Tell us what you're using, though. Tell us.
Well, what I do is I try to use the language, the sesh, and I try to translate that to make some. I feel like if you don't know the language of what they refer to, for lack of a better word, Kemet, then I think you're going to lose. You're going to get a misconception of the land of that part of Africa. So what I try to do is use the language to try to define certain things, even though that doesn't cross into how the monuments was built. But I do believe that learning the language in the culture does, sheds a lot of knowledge on what was going on at that time. If you can't learn the language, if you don't know the language of the people in the culture of the people, then we're never going to understand what they were saying. And
I agree with
I'm
you,
not.
though, bro.
I'm not. Yeah. You know, me personally, I'm not. But see,
right now,
no, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not. I got you right now. Yeah, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, you little punk. I'm gonna get you. So listen. See, what you're doing is, I understand you're using the same thing I'm using.
I'm gonna get you, little punk. I'm gonna get you.
I love y'all. This is awesome. I always wanted to have this conversation with y'all. Both of y'all, you know, is really dope. This is dope. So what you're saying is that, you know, you're saying, oh, I'm accusing the Eurocentrics. All I'm saying is the Eurocentrics has a biased understanding of what they're presenting as Egyptology.
That's what.
Yeah, but
I know that's why we use science. So you can't use it in your favor. So white people can't play the game and black people can't play the game. Watch this. White people will lie. Black people might lie, but numbers don't. That's why we use science, bro. Because we can catch you with science.
I'm using. Well, okay, you can catch me with science, but I'm going to use using the theoretical. I'm using the theoretical part of science, and I'm saying, well, we can't just use the standard model of what this individual is saying. There had to be something.
No.
You don't think there was something else, brother?
No, you mixing it up, yo. I just showed you the development and how they got to the pyramids. Listen, right?
Not everybody agrees with that.
Listen, they don't even, you know, some of the oldest mud structures, right, are in Abju. That's the name of my company, Abju. Shout out to Abju, right? The oldest mud structure.
Abju, right? Yeah.
Right. Okay. So first of all, you don't start in stone, bro. Like no one starts building in stone. It's not gonna happen. You're not even gonna start with mud bricks. It's not gonna happen. You're gonna start with dirt. And somebody is gonna get wet, it's gonna get hard. Somebody gonna say, oh shit, that got hard. Hold on, let me see. And and over time, you're gonna be able to mud brick is serious, bro. That's not no halfway. They got cities in mud brick right now. Right, they got temples, mosques that you can go up a couple floors, projects and mud brick. Like, we're not gonna sit and act like any of us right now, listening to the show or even looking right now, can actually build something in mud brick and it not fall down the next day after it rained. Right. We couldn't do it, bro. So let's not underestimate the level it took to even get to mud brick. But they had to understand dirt and how it worked first. Once you master mud, right, and how solid, how much straw to add, what to do, all that, then you can move on to brick. But first you got to be able to carve some little tools, you know, like the stone tools. This look like one. See, you got to get stone tools first. You got masonry, stones. All these things take time. You got the Egyptians skipping steps, building hydro dams, and the water go up the pyramid. It was for something else. Dude, we only know what we know, and they only knew what they knew. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Wright brothers just don't dive out the window and start flying, dude. That ain't how it was. Like, that's not what it was. They only flew 7 feet high for 12 minutes. No, 12 feet high for 7 minutes. That's it. The semi-glider. Then from there, in Oro's lifetime, they dropped a thermonuclear bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, bro. But it was steps. You know, they just jump out with the jet planes. Like, come on, like that's imaginary, yo. That's not where the world is.
Well, yeah, I hear you. You know, I agree with that. But I still feel like the stone cutting. So they had to have had. No, Priest, go ahead.
I'm just laughing a little bit.
The stone, there's something missing. And when we go there, we're gonna go. We're gonna make sure we call you when we there too. We're gonna call Ankh up when we right there.
Me in it.
Well, I'll call you. I'll get your number. I'm gonna call. I'm gonna put you. And that's right. Indiana Sewell. We're gonna go out there. Be Priest David Flores. We're gonna go into the ancient temples and we're gonna deal with it. We're gonna deal with this subject.
Y'all need to go to Nubius where y'all need to go to South Africa for real. That's why I'm going to South Africa, yo, with an early yeah, that's where I'm going. Yeah, you tripping. I go to South Africa. You don't want to
go to Egypt now?
No, hell no. I'm gonna go to South Africa.
Hey,
who you going to go see? Who you going to? Okay.
Everybody like to go. They like to go. I like to go to Pentacle Point. I want to go to Pentacle Point, South Africa, yo.
I really like that too.
You want to go to South
I
Africa?
want to go to South Africa too. Well, I want to go to South Africa. There's a couple of places I want to go.
No.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah, Nubia. That's a dope place. I mean, hell, they come out the Green Sahara. We just been asphyxiated on the finishing, right? So Egypt is like the crowning jewel. It's the finishing point. It's definitely not the origin. The origin, you can find that in the Green Sahara, South Africa.
Remember,
right?
I just finished talking about the Green Sahara. Yo, before the show started.
No, we was talking about that.
Deep.
Well, it's not called, when you talk about South Africa, there's no South Sahara. Is that the whole Africa was green, brother? At one time.
You just talking at this point.
Ah, man.
He's making it up.
I'm making it up.
We use geology to talk about that. We
know that the Sahara, you know what I'm saying? We know that the Sahara was once green at one time.
Why was it?
Because we really want to know why?
Yeah, I want to know why.
According to scientists, that the reason why.
I don't believe the Euroscience.
I ain't messing around with
you. Beat me to the punch. You beat me to the punch. Oh, you beat me to the punch. I don't believe that scientist, especially if you white. I don't believe that science.
I ain't gonna listen to that science.
Part myself, brothers. We gotta use
it. Well, that knocked him off the game.
Let's move for the night.
Oh, you trying to say I'm leaving? I'm coming back.
Is he the hypocrisy? Is he the hypocrisy, ladies and gentlemen?
Goodness
gracious. Hypocrisy?
Is that all the truth, yo? Yeah, I've been did that, Garfield.
All right, y'all, man. Y'all continue teaching, man.
So for those who are watching, we basically was trying to break down how people did burials in the Green Sahara in Africa. What happened is people think everything is done in Egypt. What happened is a lot of people come and move inside Egypt. And even if you use the out of Africa theory, you go back to first Homo sapiens that moved out of Africa, you will see that they have to some way, somehow get connected to Egypt or to Morocco. Because to go into Europe, that's two routes. And to go out of Africa, actually, you have to go past Israel, Egypt, and Israel and all that stuff and go into Canaan and go up top. So at the end of the day, we have to pass these places 90,000 years ago, 60,000 years ago, no matter what. Still Africans coming out of Africa going into different areas. There was no Egypt back then. There was no Africa back then, actually. It was just human beings on the earth, Homo sapiens sapien, trying to find themselves as human beings. That's all it was. When you start falling into the trap of different eras and different names, like you have superior knowledge because you're in Sumer, or the people who in Gobel Tepe made those big stones and all those temples, we got to act like they're more elite. It's just human beings being innovative. That's all it is. It had nothing to do with where they live. If you look at Gobel Tepe, and I want the brother to share my screen. I'm going to show Gobel Tepe a second. And I want y'all to take a look at this and say, I don't care what these people are. They wouldn't be Africans per se, but they were dark-skinned people like my complexion. Mm-hmm. But these people, if you look at this, hold on a second here. Let me get it on the screen first before I try to share it. But if you look at Gobel Tepe, as far as the images, you're gonna be like, wow, this place is amazing. I don't care who made this place, but then we're in a world where color counts. So everybody's looking at color.
Right.
So let's take a look at Gobel Tepe and some of the let's look at National Geographic. Let's see what we could see here. Hold on, let me try to make this where the best image is at. Hold on a second. Oh, they want me to sign up. I ain't got time for that. Ain't got time for that. They try to say it's an astronomical center. I know somebody trying to pseudo their way into that conversation.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
They ain't gonna trick me with that one. Yeah, let me see if I could find some good images so that you guys could look at it and say, hey, this is deep. Because people need to understand these are human beings being innovative. They just don't have, they're not in the borders of Egypt or Nubia or what we call Africa. So what? So what? It's human beings being innovative. And when you look at what they're doing, you got to be like, wow, this is amazing. Hold on 1 second, family. Let me try.
I definitely go to the walls in Turkey and show you people of color.
Yeah, I don't have that. If you have that, pull that up, because I don't have that.
Yeah, but that ain't even a like, man. I think we fixated on what's first, and you don't, like I said, yo, you don't even get to intercontinental missiles without a daggone bow and arrow. Right?
Yeah.
First you gotta you gotta master the stone tool first, and then you gotta say, okay, they beating us with that. Let me put something on the back of that. Now I got more stability with it. I got a spear. They conquered the world with the spear, yo. Did y'all know that?
Mm-hmm.
L3, Homo sapiens sapien, right? Conquered the world with the spear, yo. Yeah, because then they could stand back off of the other ancient humans and throw shit at them. And by the way, throwing rocks was formidable. Yeah, they was running the Europeans out of Africa with that. The Europeans had the musket, right? Put the gunpowder in it. Do this, look. Gunpowder in it, the stick, right? You get one shot. Pow! They didn't hit you with about 50 rocks.
Hey, tell him to share. Oh, I'm gonna share my screen real quick, family. Check this out. Let's check out these images right here. This is Gobel Tepe, like when the sun is down.
That's beautiful.
And you know what I'm saying? It's in Germus Mountain, southeastern, what we call Turkey today, Anatolia. This is between 9600 and 8200 BC. So that's 10,000 to almost 12,000 years, right? And let's take a look. Look at this. Look at all this good stuff right here. Look at this. This is what they found. Ruins, UNESCO World Heritage Site from 2018. Uh-oh, it's a white guy, Russell. Look. I can't trust.
No. I have nothing against any of the scholars. I just said that
I'm just messing with you
guys, man. All right, I'm gonna get y'all.
You gonna get us?
That's right. Yeah.
After we get off, right?
No. Yeah, funny. Yeah.
I think I might go to Gobel Tepe, man. I gotta check out these megalithic monuments they have. Look at this right here. Look at this, Ankh. Look how big this is. This is huge.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Wow.
Turkey.
Yep. What we call Turkey today. Wasn't Turkey then, but that's what we call it today.
Wow.
Anthropomorphic display. Yep.
Animals.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Could be a tumuli right up here too. See how that is? Could be a mound like a tumuli. Look at how beautiful this is. Look at this.
That's crazy.
Wow. So people talking about, and it's not even about being first, second, or third. Because this is way before Kemet pyramids or Nabta and all that stuff. I don't even care. What I care about is the innovation of humans. That's what I care about.
You're saying this monument is older than Kemet?
Yeah, it's old. It's older than the pyramid. This is like 12,000 years ago, brother.
Yeah,
wow.
You don't trust it, right?
I didn't say that. All I asked was a question, brother.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Yeah.
I ain't say they built the pyramids now. Don't mix up my words.
Right.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that either, yo. You know, there you go.
Yeah, look at these stuff right here. I gotta look at their megalithic monuments that they have too. Stuff that they have. They got some big stuff, Ankh.
That's crazy. That's incredible.
This is humans, innovative humans, yo. That's how you just gotta look at it. And if you go to in the Americas, you see the stuff that they call pyramids. You see how innovative those people were, and they had nothing to do with Kemet. Caral, Peru might be older than the ones in Kemet. Who knows?
What?
The Caral, Peru ones. I'm not saying it is, but you know, they're around the same time. But that's just how innovative people were, you know. All right, what else y'all want to talk about? We've been on here for what, 2 hours?
Yeah, man. Just you basically could. I mean, it's whatever. I mean, whatever.
You fixated on first. They picked you up the first shit.
Who's on first? Who's on first? Yeah. What's on second? I don't know. Who's on third? Right. Yeah. All right. So we got a couple of super chats that we want to read real quick. AD.
I hope nobody ain't talking about my Nets hat. I'm wearing a Nets 7 hat. Nobody violate me for wearing my Nets 7 hat. All right. I'm really a Knicks fan.
Hey. The Knicks.
The Knicks, huh? Okay.
I'm a Knicks fan, man.
What the hell happened to the Knicks? God,
yeah, I know. You said
don't worry
the
about
Knicks.
it. We're losers, and I'm proud to be a fan. I ain't no wishy-washy fan. All of a sudden, I'm LeBron.
That's a Knicks
I'm moving
fan
from
for you,
Miami to the Cavs to the Lakers. No, I don't get down like that. I'm straight up Knicks. Losing, I'm gonna stay with my losing team.
Yeah, that's real. That's real Knicks. That's real.
All right. You're a stand-up guy, Garfield.
I try, bro. I'm
been
not
losing for a very long time, man. When y'all gonna win?
I was losing before I was born, man. So at the end of the day, it don't matter. I was born into losing. And I'll die being a losing Knicks fan. Knicks will never win a championship, yo. That's dead.
Yeah, they got cursed.
And you know what? You want to hear the craziest thing?
Yeah.
They got the richest team in all of sports.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part of it. Did you know that, Ankh?
I know that.
New York Knicks is worth more than the Dallas Cowboys.
The who? The Yankees?
The Knicks is worth more than the Cowboys.
I thought the Cowboys were the richest.
Nah, the Knicks is.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, shit.
That's amazing. They ain't win nothing in almost 40, 50 years. And everybody like, oh, you got to play at the Mecca. No, they talking about the Rucker, not the Mecca. They talking about the Rucker in Harlem. They ain't talking about the New York Knicks hometown.
Right.
What's the super chat? Go ahead, brother. Let me hear how the money's being spent. We want to hear how the money's being spent. It's spent wisely.
We got Gavin Joseph McDonald says, bless up, Rasul Bruzzy, you already. Jamar Milton says, netters are principles of nature, not real people.
Okay. Yeah.
And Kemper the Great says, stop lying on that man, Garfield.
What am I lying on?
Malachi, yo.
See, man.
It's a while back. I think he was talking about Tahuti. I don't know. Go ahead.
Jamar Milton says, however, humans have named real people after netters. Okay. Stranger says, organized religion rose with agriculture.
There you go.
That's a good point. I like that point. I like that point. But you need to know, as my master teacher, Ankh, has taught me, that agriculture sprung up in different areas. So now in Africa, I think it sprung up in Ethiopia, modern day Ethiopia, right, Ankh?
No.
But Africa, I'm talking about for Africa. I'm not talking about from the Near East. When it comes from, they talking about the Natufian period and how agriculture started like around 9,000 BC, I think, or something like that. But I think Africa's agriculture started independently. Am I correct?
Yeah, it started independently. They was like taking seeds and kind of like it wasn't like agriculture. You find like agriculture in the Middle East about 9,000, about 8,000, 9,000. You find it in the Middle Nile, right? They're not exactly farming though. They taking seeds and letting the seeds grow. You know what I'm saying? They cultivating seeds. They're not quite planting them yet. They don't got all that yet. But what they was doing was allowing them to feed more people. Okay?
Right.
Yeah, to feed more people. I got it in Christopher Eric's work called Africa. That's a good book. Everybody should get that. You know what I'm saying? That's a good one. And so like pottery, actually clay pottery started in West Africa, not in Egypt. So we got a lot of things mixed up. I'm gonna say this again. Clay pottery doesn't start in Egypt. It actually starts in West Africa and found its way to Egypt.
It was in what's called Unjau, Mali. It was in Mali, and they migrated. And the evidence that we have, now let me read it for y'all so we get the information correct. Because we ain't no pseudos around here. Let me read this information. Nah, we ain't no pseudos around here. We like
pseudos. You ain't no pseudos, huh?
All right. Now, following the Ogolian period between the late 10th millennium BC and early 9th millennium BC, the creators of the Unjugal pottery, the earliest pottery in Africa, migrated along with their pottery from Unjugal, Mali into the Central Sahara. The emergence and expansion of ceramics in the Sahara may be linked with the origin of both the Roundhead and the Kel Esuf rock art, which occupy rock shelters in the same regions, as well as have a common resemblance, traits or shapes, whether or not Unjuju ceramic culture spread as far as Bir Kesiba in Egypt, which had pottery that resembled the Unjugu pottery, had implements used for grinding so the same stuff that they use for grinding in Mali is the same stuff that they found in Egypt. So they're saying these people must have migrated with that technology to where Kemet is. And it was also followed by subsequent ceramic cultures in Wadi El Akdar, Sarurab, and Nabta Playa. So those areas you're gonna see pottery. So if you see the pottery in Egypt with the stuff from 3800 BC with like the flowers and all that pottery, you got to ask yourself where it comes from and what technology was brought to Egypt to develop that pottery. And what you're saying is connected to the people in West Africa.
Yeah, but that's way before.
That's been verified.
What would be verified to you, my brother? I like to know what is verified so I could answer that question. I'm sorry, because every word has a specific meaning, you know. So I got to be honest. What does verified mean, my brother?
Well, the guys who did that work, the scientific work. I mean, if they
I don't trust it. If they're white, I don't trust it.
No, I'm not saying to stop trying to use that.
I'm just saying I don't know what color they were though.
Stop trying to use that. Y'all trying to use that. That's a red herring. That's a red herring, yo. You're diverting from what I was saying. Yeah, because I just used Eurocentric, and then you guys took Eurocentric, and then you're just running all over with it. Think I'm looking at everybody like that. I don't look at everybody like that. You know, like European scholars, if they study African spirit, whatever they study as far as Africa, I'm not just gonna judge them.
Did you know
like
they
that.
found watermelons in King Tut's tomb, man?
Yeah, whatever, man. See, you joke. See, you want to just make jokes now, man.
What are you talking about? I'm not joking.
It could be real.
No, I'm just saying. You just throwing it out there. It's not. It's just the way you said it, though. It's the way you saying it.
I'm gonna add on.
May have originated in West Africa. It may have spread into North Africa because they have seeds dating to 5,000 before present, which is 7,000 years in the Ouan Mohagig in southern western Libya, where they found the mummies. The first mummies were in Libya that they found, the oldest mummies. So those people that were mummifying people in Libya migrated to Kemet with that technology of mummification. Mummification didn't start in Kemet.
Okay.
Oh, you want to know if that's verified?
That's what we built on that.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the Karahan Tepe? Pull that up, AD. Yeah. It might be a little older than Gobekli Tepe. They just found out what the discovery is.
That's 13,000 years. I mean, 14,000, 2,000 years earlier than Gobekli Tepe. It's not verified completely yet.
Right.
So that's why I don't talk about it, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. The Garfield is always on it.
There's one more super chat here from Entrisicaste. He says, human advancements and knowledge isn't linear. There could be times when leaps happen. People with savant syndrome and the like could cause those leaps. Okay.
What?
You're basically trying to say that people, anybody can be innovative, and you could have leaps in technology without any prior super, like some alien coming down and baptizing the people with knowledge. That's basically what he's saying. If I'm incorrect, super chat guy, just repeat what you're saying. But I want you guys to take a look at this right here. This is what I stole this from Ankh over 7 years ago. This slide, by the way. Archaeologists unearthed a 70,000-year-old African, and Ankh said I wouldn't go with that date. I would go to earlier date, which is 15,000 years ago. And this is like a redrawing of what it might have looked like based on the archaeology. And this is what we call today Nubia. The first houses in history were found, the oldest houses were found in what's called Nubia today. Ankh gave me this 7 years ago. No, he didn't give it to me. I stole it. I stole it from his slides, just for the record. All right.
It ain't 7,000.
That's your man, Ankh.
That's the black mummy right there,
That's
right?
your man,
Yeah,
right?
this is 7,000 years ago in the same era that we talked about with the they said they found watermelon seeds in Libya. So this is the mummy I was talking about, the one Mohagig mummy on display at the Asaraya, 7,000-year-old mummy. This is the technology that was possibly brought physically to Kenya. But they do have Conchora mummies in Peru. And for the record, those are not the same type of mummies, but they do call them quote unquote mummies too. But it's not the same type of how people mummify people. But the way how Kemet does it comes from the Libya people. Is it verified, Russell? I don't know, man. I don't know if it's verified, bro. I don't know.
Whatever, yo.
I don't know.
Yo, research.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever. All right.
What about this brain surgery here? They had ancient brain surgery in North Africa. What about that right here?
Oh, yeah.
3,100 years ago to 1,400 years ago. Look at this right here. They did a brain eye. Then they went in and did eye surgery and all type of stuff. Come on, Africans been doing stuff for years, man.
Be technical, yo. They just relieving pressure off the brain. I wouldn't call it brain surgery. But
back then, I would call it brain surgery. How about that? Transnasal excerebration surgery in ancient Kemet. What about that? Let me see what else I want to bring up here. The oldest boats. They had an image. They had an image of a boat, a rock art pictograph that they found dates back to 7,050 to 6820 BC. Right here. See that boat right there? So when people say Sumer, they like to say Sumer had the oldest this. I'm not really into that argument anymore. But this is the oldest rock art picture. And this is how the boat looks in Sumer. But it also looks the same in Egypt, because this is where they got it from. The mother, like Dr. Ben used to say, right?
Hey, that's a boat.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Let me see what else I want to bring up today.
How's your book doing?
Book is doing good. I sold over I think 1,100 and almost 1,200 books through my website. So that was pretty good. And I don't know how much I sell through Amazon, to be honest with you. I got to check the numbers, but the numbers is pretty good, you know. So all the bad media out there, keep talking crap about my book, you know, all media works.
So they can find it on Amazon if they look up
Amazon. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If they look up
misconceptions, misinformation by the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Got it.
Yeah, I got a pamphlet too. It's called Chronology of Human Evolution for those who's interested in
Ankh's book. That's Ankh's book, family.
Book right there. I like to read that. Examine it.
And that's on Amazon also?
Yeah,
word
on
for
Amazon
word.
too.
Got it.
Hey, you want to vet Ankh? You want to vet him? Hey, something I want to talk to Ankh about real quickly is
then I want to share my screen.
Yeah, trade routes. Let's talk about trade routes for a little bit. You know, we talk about cults and different things, but if you study ancient Egypt, there's a book called Before the Pyramids with it has some work from Emily Teed and a couple of Egyptologists through the folks in the library in Chicago, Oriental Institute. But a lot of people don't realize there was an area where the Egyptians were trading from like 3,500 BC with the Palestinian area. They traded so much that they formed a place in the southern Levant called Tel Es-Sekan. Tel Es-Sekan was their own spot because they traded so much. They're like, yo, we did so much trading back and forth. We need to go there and set up our own center, which they did. So you see pottery in you see different potteries and different handles. You could tell it's from Palestine or Syria or somewhere else based off the make of it. But the reason why I bring it up is because there was trade with Mesopotamia, with Egypt, but it wasn't direct trade. It was indirect trade. And when I mean indirect trade, you take a look at this right here. Pre-dynastic Egyptian influence in early Bronze Age Mesopotamia. We find Tepigara in there, and that gold that they have came from Egypt. But it's not direct, because if you look at the arrow, Egypt is trading with Palestinian area. Palestinian area trades with North Syria. then North Syria goes to Mesopotamia. All right, so it's not direct trade. Another perfect example of trade, and it's actually from this book. No, not from this book. Yeah, actually it is. Ancient Egypt before writings. You see, they talking about certain materials that they use in Kemet, that was mostly used in Kemet during this time period. If you look at the materials, you say, they said stone vessels are earliest at Nakada 1, and Egyptian stone vessels were found in Mesopotamia and Iran. You see, this is very important. How did the stone vessels get to Mesopotamia and Iran, and there's no direct trade going on? The stone used in the manufacture of these vases was not from Mesopotamia. Since this kind of stone was not from that area, the implication of these facts is that either the vases or the stone had to be imported. It seems that Al-Ubaid, the stone vases were made of what? Diorite, alabaster, white limestone, brecciated gray limestone, serpentine, steatite, all raw materials found in Kemet. You said, but Garfield, so what if they got some vases from Egypt? So what? Big deal. All right, well, check this out. The materials used to make the Mesopotamian seals, you know, Mesopotamia used seals that they roll on the, like the clay material, and then they write, the cuneiform, right? Look at what makes these materials. The material that they use to make it comes from Kemet, the Egyptian faience, the hermitite, the steatite. I just read it before, right here. It comes from Kemet. So the material that they use to make these cylinder seals comes from Kemet. So they don't have to have direct influence on Mesopotamian culture, but it's indirect. Basically, they're using materials through trade to make sure that they could write their stuff on their walls. So shout out to Kemet for that.
Yeah, we got Ngozi on.
Peace, man. How you doing? I tried to get on the Zoom. I don't know what's it's launching, man. How y'all doing?
It's all right. It's all right.
Peace.
What up, King?
Hey, I'm glad that like I said earlier, I'm glad that brother Ankh and Garfield came through and put in that work, man. I'm the Raw Squad demo right there, talking about the roots of Kemet. I'm just glad to hear it. Were you guys able to hear when we talked about when Garfield spoke on the Tamulis and all that, and the origins, and where you can find a lot of that stuff at before you have the mastabas, which led to pyramids?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had a little discussion on that.
Yeah, the Green Sahara. Yeah, and even just when you go back to like that northern Sudan area, the structures of houses, even before Göbekli Tepe, Afad 23, you find those structures being mapped out. Brother Ankh broke down a wavy pottery. A lot of that stuff starts in the Sahara. The Egyptian civilization the roots comes out of that Sahara, and some comes out of the Eritrean area. It was, when they sequenced the baboon isotopes that they found, the mummies, they measured it, and when they sequenced it, it was in that Eritrean area near northern Ethiopia. So we're looking at a combination of, they never was a monolithic population. They represent a mosaic of different groups of people with the name of the African border coming out of the Sahara, and some people coming from that eastern area near that Red Sea, primarily Eritrea area, which was at roots, and they developed right there in the original land or original area, and right there within the situ zone of that area. So I honestly think that's a dope. That's dope the way they broke it down. And even for those who back migrated in from the Levant, people don't understand. These North Africans controlled the Levant for a long time. Even when we dealing with agriculture, you start to find it in the Sahara and the Red Sea hills of Ethiopia before it even goes into the western parts of the Levant, or what we know today as Israel, before they even form into the Natufians. Before you have the Natufians, you have the Cambrian groups. And you go back further in time for the Cambrian groups, you start to find populations coming from the Fayum area of North Africa. And when you start looking at the paternal markers that they found, you see a North African root even in that. So, by the time you start getting these biblical stories, this is not talking about the original population that lived in the Levant. That was always Egyptian or North African territory, that Levant area, for a long time.
Right.
So all those niggas that's coming from the East, this Asiatic shit, we gotta confuse. Like we trying to be, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them people are the ones that you find who were Bronze Age and late Bronze Age or Copper Age people that's coming from pre-Iran and the pre-Caucasus areas and start to cause population turnovers with the Neolithic Levantines who are already partially African and early Basal Eurasian that split from North Africa. So when you start talking about these different groups of people, you're talking about the phase in time when you start to see that alpine feature with those Armenoid-looking groups or Hurrian-looking groups or what we know today as modern Palestinian type. You have to look at the time period when these people come in. And even them represent a combined situation, not to denounce them, saying that they don't belong to the land, but they represent, it's like what Dr. Anthony Job taught us. The Middle East is a zone of confluence. So they represent a combination of different things too. Mosaic as well. We're talking about the Chalcolithic culture, which is the Copper Age, the Bronze Age, when certain pre-Caucasoid started to come down, or with those features started to come down, mixing with the Natufian groups and all types of Philistines that's coming from the Crete area, that's cousins of the Greeks who were the sea people. All these people, and this is where you get the name Palestine from. Palestine is in kinship to the term Philistine. Philistines were the sea people, and they came from that Crete area, and they were in kinship to the pre-Greeks. Look it up. So it's like a zigzag, man. It's really crazy. But I will say that Africans controlled that Levant area for a long time. That was Egyptian territory.
Yeah. So, you know, because we was having a discussion here, so do you think that those Africans from the pre-dynastic era built the pyramids?
Yeah. The people, when you start to look at the Tamulis in the Sahara, which laid the foundation of the mastaba or the bench first, because they had mastabas first, and then they start stacking on top of the mastabas, forming those pernetters or those pyramids. So absolutely, those people were in kinship to the Dynasty Zero population were related to those people in the Sahara, because the roots and the components that you see and the elements that it took to make that starts in the Sahara.
So
Nobody
you know
else.
the obvious.
You start looking at those Tamulis, and then you start looking at the mastaba, then you start looking at the step pyramid. So you got people that play games, and then talk about a ziggurat in Iraq or Iran, you know. And the whole structure of the ziggurat is distinct from the mastaba benches or even the Tamulis. Because you have people that push this racist narrative that Iranian populations came into Africa and built that shit. Basically, so the Hermetic racist theory is based off brown skin or swarthy skin Iranian looking people, men and women, coming into the Nile Valley, conquering those indigenous populations and building a civilization there. Before that, people that was African was just naked and stupid. That's what they're trying to tell you when they say that shit, when people push this Sumerian shit or this Iranian shit.
Well, the Egyptologists is saying that as well, because if you go off conventional Egyptologists, they'll give you the chronological order all the way up till past Imhotep to the 11th, all the way up, actually, to go a little further up. And they'll do a chronological order. And when you get to the pre-dynastic time, they cannot tell you how the pottery was made, how all that stuff. They'll try to. They don't have no explanation for it.
Well, it depends on the Egyptologist.
Let me say this
even with the language, with linguistics. I mean,
I'm not saying all Egyptologists, but a lot of them do say that they don't know.
You do have some Egyptologists who are Christian fundamentalists, who low key come in with their own personal agendas. And they believe also that Mesopotamia is older than Egypt. Just because you're an Egyptologist don't mean that.
No. I'm not talking about Sumer or Mesopotamia. I'm saying that Egyptologists have a gap in between the history because they can't explain how the stuff was built. They just don't know, and there's a gap there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a gap. It's gaps in the.
They don't all agree. They don't all agree.
You do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, there are gaps in some areas, but you do have Egyptologists who do have an explanation for some things that hasn't been discovered, and a lot of the things that we find in Egypt, or the precursor of Egypt before you even have Egypt. A lot of it is in the Sahara. Right. So once you get out of the Egyptian element and you start studying populations in the Sahara, Egyptologists only deal with Egypt. You know. Ology is a study of Egypt. That's all they study of. I mean, that's all they study. They study of Egypt. That's it. Right. Once you get past Egypt, you know, and you start going into the Green Sahara, and you start looking at other archaeological sites and findings and different things. You can find, and even genetics. When you start getting into genetics and you start looking at the fossils that has been sequenced, you can see the genetic continuity that matches with the people that was which were the predecessors of what we know as Egypt. So yes, there are gaps in Egyptology. I would agree. But it depends on what Egyptologists we speak of, because some would say that they don't know really, and this and that. But then when you start studying the Sahara, you start to see that wavy pottery, pottery art that was being created first in pre-dynastic times in the Sahara before you have Dynasty 1. I'm talking about before the unification of Egypt that we know as Narmer. According to timeline of the chronology, Narmer unifies Upper and Lower Egypt between 5,300 years ago. That's when he unified it. But before that, you have the Naqada period. And before that, you have the Badarian period. And before that, you have all other types of periods within Dynasty 0 that's not talked about.
Right.
So our dynasties that we know of Egypt in the first dynasty only starts 5,300 years ago when Narmer unified Upper and Lower Egypt. You don't even have a term called Kemet until the 11th dynasty.
Right.
Then you got Semi-Tawi, unification of the two lands. Then you have Desert, which means the desert. You have a whole lot of names before we get into this thing that we know Egypt. And to be honest with you, no one knows a lot about Egypt. That's how old that shit is. We just start with Narmer and the first dynasty. That place is old. Population turnovers. A lot of the culture and customs coming out of the interior portions of Africa. And even the portions that come from the Levant that was mixed up had a North African root in some elements. Those Natufians that kind of back migrated in.
But do you think that maybe like the Latuthians and the individual groups of tribes that existed before Dynasty 0 or 1 or however way people want to put it, do you think, because people will say that the pyramids are older, they say they're 10,500 BC old. That's Hakeem Ayawan is saying 65,000 years. They're saying that they're pushing it back. So were they there?
They're not pushing it back, yo.
Okay. Well, I'm talking.
I think the stone and the bricks that they used was old, but the carving that has been reconstructed multiple times. When you start measuring the lining of those rocks, that's another time period in the actual rocks itself. So, for example, when you look at the Sphinx, some people believe the Sphinx is much older than when Khufu carved the face into the Sphinx. Before that, they say it was older, much older, based off the water erosions that they found. It goes back probably 10,000 years. Now, the material that it takes to make that stuff is older before you start cutting on it. So we have to ask ourselves the question, what's being sequenced to determine the age? Now, when it comes to the pyramid, I don't believe the pyramids are no older than what they say. The Sphinx, that's a high possibility. I can see somebody coming across it because there has been multiple groups of people that lived in that area before we even find dynasty anything of what we know as Egypt. So people can come, carve something over old stuff. It's like in Chicago, it's a block. It's certain areas that we used to hang out at, and we left our imprint there. And then another group of people, and we had imprints there for like 40 or 60 years within Chicago in certain areas. A perfect example is Holy City. For people that know about Holy City in the city, right? And then another group of people started to come into the neighborhood and write over what we did. You wouldn't know none of the history of what we actually went through in these areas unless you were in those areas. You feel what I'm trying to say? Because somebody else come over and reconstruct the whole thing. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. I mean,
so let me say this.
So
let me say
Egypt
this real
is
quickly.
much older.
Let me
than
say
what we
this.
think. Even when it comes with the idea of a civilization, there are elements that it takes to make a civilization. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Sorry, brother. Go ahead, King.
Oh no. Garfield want to come in. What you say, Garfield?
Okay. All right. No, since he can't hear, I wanted to add on to something that he said. But we got to be very careful with that erosion stuff. With because that was the argument young Suda was coming with against when Ankh had brought up when he was trying to debate polite. But let me say this: we got to be careful when we say the Sphinx, how old it is, and all that stuff, because sometimes when we don't hear something traditionally, we jump on it. But there was a guy that actually came out with some information to talk about how old the Sphinx was based off of erosion, the water erosion. So he is right. But that was around 1991, right? That's how old that information was. In the 2000 era, from 2010 and beyond, there was new information that came out that actually refuted that argument. That argument was from a guy from Boston University, one of the top geologists. And he said that the Sphinx could be 10,000 years old or whatever, older than what we thought it was. So that's when a lot of people started saying, hey, it's old. But when you look at the technology.
You saying Robert Schoch got it from this other guy?
Robert Schoch's information was the number one information on the subject.
Right. Okay.
But information came out later on. Science, of course, we evolved with information and we get new information, and new information proved that Robert Schoch was incorrect. So who do you trust, Rasul? Do you trust the new white source or the old white source?
You go try to put me on the spot and say I'm trusting the white source. I mean, I do research, man. You're a funny guy for that.
I just want to know.
You're real funny, man. You're a real funny guy. He's my man Ngozi right here. I know he listens. I trust myself. I trust myself, brother. I trust myself. I'm not out there doing the work. I'm not in Egypt. I'm not doing the geological work. I'm not doing it, okay? So you got me on that. You ain't out there either, brother, by the way.
Hey, Rasul, the day you go to Egypt, bro, I can't say nothing about Egypt to you no more.
You're damn right. I'm gonna go over there. I got a list of people I'm calling. You, Wajau, and Ngozi, and Ankh. I'm gonna call you on video.
Hold on. Is your guy?
Hey, hold on. I got
hold on. Is your guy gonna be a white? Is your guy gonna be a white guy, an Arab, or a black guy?
All right, see, now you're making it racist, yo.
Oh shit!
You're. That's kind of somewhat of a red. Look at that, damn cat. Sorry about that, guys.
Slide on the scene while y'all play.
You trying to, don't try to mix it up. I mean, yeah, I got my main man Yusuf Ayuwan. We're gonna do a tour with them, and he has direct access to everything we want that we need to see. That you can't see, on a regular tour.
Arab or is he black? Is he Arab or black? Or
of course, he's an Arab. He's an Arab. What's wrong with that, brother?
You don't trust him?
I never said nothing.
He's a Muslim, so I'm a Muslim. We both Muslims.
Y'all can see the picture
so we're gonna have a good
man.
time.
Y'all see the picture on the
know
screen?
what I mean, Ngozi?
Yeah.
Y'all see the picture on the screen?
Okay. Yeah. Yes. We see.
Y'all just went for a minute there.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
We're back.
Back to our scheduled class. So we was talking about this pottery.
Go
So
ahead.
you got wavy line pottery,
Kelly,
black
talk
tie pottery, and you got harpoons. If you look on the screen, right, you'll see the universal distribution, universal harpoons, and wavy line pottery, right? And so these little checks right here, okay, is actually the wavy line pottery coming all the way from from West Africa all the way to the Nile. Do y'all see that?
Yeah.
All right, why in the hell is this same pottery coming from the Sahara to the Nile? Let me show you why. All right, pottery is very, very important. Oh, that's delicate. Hold on. Nope. A second. All right, y'all see the screen real clear, right?
Yes.
Is that good? So what you're looking at, this is from the Journal of Science right here. Okay, so you got these red dots actually represent sediments, right? Where people settled that. My fault, settlements, where people actually settled that. So if you look at the time period, look at before 8,500 BCE, okay? There is no Egypt, there is no Sudan, but this is just for reference. We're looking at map 8. Okay, and map 8 at about 8,500 BCE, you see all these people, for the majority of these people living in the southern portion, Sudan, northern Sudan, and southern Egypt. Y'all see it, right? With your own eyes, right? You see a few dots, right? Still in Upper Egypt. Nobody's up north. All this Mediterranean trash, there's nobody there, right? You would see the dots. Now, if you move to 8,500 to 7,000 BCE, the Sahara starts to green again, and you see the people move out into the Sahara. All right, now from 7,000 to 3,000, from 5,000, 3,000 BCE, right? Let's look at it again. We look at map C. So map A, right? You see desertification. See where the people at? You gotta find water. All right. Map B, they fan back out into the Sahara. Lakes, rivers, and all that's in the Sahara. It's green. Vegetation, everything you need. Map C, from 7,000 to 5,300 BCE. Okay, they still dispersed in the Sahara. Now around 5,000 to 3,500 BCE, map D, right? You see people in this all the way in Sudan, and you see people scattered all over the Nile. Okay, now we know from the archaeology that the population moved from the southern portion up to the northern portion. Upper Egypt is down the bottom, and Lower Egypt is up top. Based off archaeology, they find out that these homes are being replaced up north with these southern homes. So the southern culture that comes out of the Sahara, map A, ends up in the northern region and it supplants the individuals that are there. This is important when we start to talk about, well, who populated Egypt, who is this, who is that. We go to the record. Earth has left a record. Humans have left a record of where they settled at. This is important. Nobody in the Sinai Peninsula and map C, they're not living, that's a desert. Nobody's there at 7,000 to 5,000 BCE. They're not there in map B neither. Look at B. They're not there. I don't want to hear about that. And they definitely are there on map A. Now they get you the delta on map D. But remember what I said, the culture moves downstream. Dr. Ben said that. You ain't got no boats and ships at this time. You on logs and rafts. You're floating. It's easy to float downstream. You're not fighting against the current until you develop sails. The point I want to make here that's important, when these people are traveling back and forth, they got their pottery. All right? Now, some of the best pottery they got will be this right here. Let me show y'all. This is all in the archaeological record. Let me see, can I wait 1 sec. Real quick, remember what this is in the museum, a Kura museum at Anna. See these images right here? That's in Turkey, right? You see these brown people, you see these jet black people, these light brown people. That's in Turkey. I just wanted to real quick go back because Garfield asked, did I have any images of those people that you would later on find in Turkey? And that would be absolutely that. One more second. I want to get you the pottery and what I'm talking about. So right here is pottery that you find in Egypt. The evolution of Egyptian pottery. Pay close attention to Egyptian pottery. Y'all see that? Nakata 1 period. You see that black top pottery, right? All right. See those wavy lines in that pottery right there. Nakata 2, right? Now pay close attention to the blacktop pottery. I'm gonna show you actually bring in the blacktop pottery. 1 second. Now, 1 quick second. Well, 1 second. I got my fault. Snatches out my email. All right, so here we go. Y'all see the C group, y'all see the Pangraves and the Karma group. They name all of them Nubians. That's not true. There is nobody called Nubian. It's what the early Egyptologist Rosner, right? He dug down south and he just named all the tribes down there Nubian. Nubia is really just an area. But the pottery they specialized in is this black top pottery. Now you see these arrows going from the C group, pan group, karma. I'm gonna show you that they all interrelated though. Okay? But this pottery you would later on find in Egypt. Like we underestimate the power of pottery. It's the difference between life and death. It's pottery would be like a person today having a gun. You have an advantage over everybody around you that don't have a gun. So the pottery during that time is like the innovation that literally changed humanity. Because now you can start to store things. Things last longer, foods and grains. The animals can't get to it. You ain't got to stay up all night. You ain't got to do none of that. The rodents can't get to it and poison it with the animal droppings. Man, you got something when you got that pottery, right? But this blacktop pottery is specifically coming from these, they call them sub-Saharan African people. I don't even like the term, right? But you got three types. You got the Kermer people, you got the Pan grave, they identify them with their grave, and you got the C group. These groups are scattered all over the Nile Valley. I mean, all over. Now you see in the Kerma slide, right? This is actually coming from Berkeley. You see these are cattle heads. You see them cattle heads? These cattle heads are essential. What am I talking about? I gotta look at the people now. These cattle coats, right? These cattle coats come out of the Green Sahara. Plenty of graves in the Green Sahara. So the religion that we're talking about comes out of where? The Green Sahara, right? How do I know? Because all we gotta do is go ahead. Well, that's the pottery coming. That's all the pottery spread over there. I don't want that one. I want to go right here real fast. It's a light one. So y'all all familiar with this Mother Hawthorne, am I correct?
Can't see it. Can you post it again?
You can't see it?
Yeah, sure. Share your screen.
I don't think you're sharing anymore.
Okay, all right, my fault. All right. Here we go. So we see the cattle. I talked about the cattle coast, am I correct?
Yeah.
So this, you'll find this in the Egyptian religion. Cattle, Mother Hathor. This is coming out of the Green Sahara.
Hathor.
All right. Cattle, Nubians. They was semi-nomadic, the Nubians was. All right. Grazing. They wasn't farmers. So the religion ain't even it's not even based around farming. It's based around what? Mother Hathor, the worship of the cow. The cattle culture. Matter of fact, this old Nubian cattle culture spread to Egypt and spread to North Africa. So those cattle cults that you find in Egypt and North Africa actually come from the old Nubian population. But wait a minute, we find here this particular look like a cattle, right? But you find the same types of figurines in the Green Sahara on rock art. So a lot of these figures you can see will later on find in Egypt and Nubia, right? This is on the rock art. So let me do it again for you. See the individual standing under this type of figure, cattle type figure, right? You find the same thing right here. Now, I'm not saying that it came directly from that. What I'm saying is you find these images of these humans, right, standing underneath of these figures, these animal types, right? Pointing at what? Where the milk is coming from. Because milk is essential. You know what I'm saying? Like when you don't got water, you use milk. You know what I'm saying? So it's important for survival. You got your meat source and you got your liquid source dealing with these cattle. And their religion is based around that coming out of the Green Sahara, right? But the oldest such thing when you dealing with that is back to right here again, is these people that they keep miscalling Nubians, Kerma, Pangrave, and C group. They do not know their names, so they just all call them Nubians. If you look at the right-hand screen, where you see the word Kerma at, right? You see all these arrows pointing at the bottom left underneath that black top pottery. That's cattle heads. That means that this particular ruler was like the Bill Gates of the time. That's how much money he got. These people down south were renowned, filthy rich because they traded with Africa. So they're on par with Egypt. So while y'all in Egypt, I almost want to say it's a waste of time, but I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it, right? You need to go to the place that they rarely talk about. It was on par. European Egyptology. Modern people made this. They remember when they seen it, when they started to dig up these graves, right? And Rosalind was like, these are the same people that we enslaved in North America. Why are they dressed? They thought they found the Egyptians. They were like, they dressed like Egyptians. They Egyptians. And then it was like, well, wait a minute. They below that line. They made that line called the Sub-Saharan African line, where you put all the darker people down there. They say, they Sub-Saharan, They the ones we're going to relegate to slavery, right? So when rising with Dave, he's like, man, how is this civilization like this? And why they dress like Egyptians? And guess what his answer was? Oh, just like in America, they was actually the slaves, they the servants of the Egyptians. Like they were cultivated by the Egyptians. That was the answer he gave. So the first people that was dressed like Egyptians, you really find in Nubia. I'm gonna say this again. The first people that you find is dressed like Egyptians are really Nubians. The crown. You find the crown down there, right? You find it on rock art. I could bring it up. The rock art. Got the royal processions that you would later on find in Egypt, pre-dynastic time. Okay, this is essential when we're having these conversations, right? So I'm not sitting here saying that all the Egyptians had black skin, and I stay away from race. The reason I stay away from race because race is really a trick bag, and that's where the origin of quote unquote scientific racism actually comes out of. Egyptology. So this speaks to your part, Rasul. They made a whole thing called race science.
I know. I'm familiar with all that. I agree with most of the stuff you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? I just think that, my whole thing is that in my own mind and my own thesis, I just think that it has to be something that they're not telling us or showing us how they cut those stones.
Man, they don't know everything. But the point
that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Let me but I do agree with. I agree with you on what you're saying, though.
Let me just. Let me
finish what you're saying.
Yeah. Quick. So the point I wanted to make was that I don't, because they said the Egyptians was white, and all that started in Egyptology when they seen some people they called them black white people. The darndest thing ever. How in the hell is you gonna be black white people? Crazy. Reisner, Breasted, and all of them, right? These are your first Egyptologists, right? And Knoll and them, you know what I'm saying? They was racist. And they started the scientific racism that would later on be used to enslave people, like they enslaved people based off the color of their skin. But the skulls and stuff that they was trying to measure, that came out of Egypt. So the very basis of Egyptology was racism. Right? The father of racism, scientific racism. So you will never hear me say, I shy away from the word saying that the Egyptians was black. Because if you say the Egyptians was black, then they can say the Egyptians was white. Right? Because race is a social construct. You can't have it both ways. So then what am I saying? I'm saying today, right now, they have conceded. Anywhere, any university of worth, if you ask them who the Egyptians was, they would say they're neither white nor black. They have to say that because there is no race. What they will say is they are homegrown indigenous Africans. I'm gonna say this again. They will say that the Egyptians in the Nile Valley are homegrown indigenous Africans. There is no one way to look African. You have Africans with light eyes, with light skin and blue eyes, right? And never mixed with nobody. You got Africans that's as dark as Killah priests. You got Africans that Rashul is your complexion, my complexion. That they fake this out. They say all Africans got big lips, you know what I'm saying? Peppercorn hair, and that was the racism. That's not true. That's not true. The Africans are a diverse, as a matter of fact, we have the most diverse population on planet Earth, and that's how they know that Homo sapiens started in Africa, because wherever you find the most diverse of something, right, that's the origin of that something. Because as you get farther away from the origin, right, the diversity starts to wane a little bit. You get less and less diverse because you're not mixing back with the initial population. So farther and farther you get away, and you end up in America. That's how they know that all humans come from Africa, because by the time you measure the genetics in the Native American population, right, they're not as diverse as the genetics in Africa. And I'm gonna end right there. So you will never hear me say the Egyptians are black, because then the person can say, well, they white.
Well, you know, there's no point to really say that. I think that if you study Egypt, Kemet, whatever name that makes people feel good, you could clearly see that Kemet. You can clearly see that it's an African civilization just by the animals that you see.
Clearly see nothing, yo.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you can't see. You can't. There's not. There's no hippopotamuses in Europe, yo. Look on the walls. There's no baboons. There's no monkeys. That you got to go further to like India for that. But they don't have that in like Lebanon, and it's just not there. You know what I mean? When you look at the art, it clearly shows. From the cattle to their way of life, it's purely African. Whether it's the North or the South. You know what I'm saying?
No, I will add on to what Brother Ankh said and say that, you see, even if you use genetics, and I'm sure Ngozi would jump in and say this, if you check the mitochondrial DNA for the woman, you see West Asian, European links. You see other links. So, I mean, it's obviously it was a very diverse place, like how you see the United States of America today. I think the works that Diop did and Walter Rodney and all them great guys did was beautiful. But at the end of the day, and I think what Ankh is trying to get us out of is a trap. The trap is race. Race is a social construct. So now if we say, okay, they are black, he is right. You will have people that will say they are white. It puts them in a, they were white, they were black, they were white, they were black argument. But these people that were there were homegrown, which is what all of scholarship is pretty much saying, the consensus is saying now, which gets out of the race argument, because of Egypt is Mizraim in the biblical text, and those are Hamites. Then it puts us in a situation that these people are connected to Canaan or Ham or whatever, then they must be black. And I think that's where everybody went wrong, because you're coming from a biblical view, but also a racist point of view. So let's just be careful whenever we're looking at ancient Kemet. This is why I take Africa as it is today. You know, we consider all these 52 nations or 54 nations Africa. I'll just take it as it is. They were Africans. That's it.
Yeah, you want to say something, Priest?
Yeah. I want to, man, this has been great, yo. I want to get a part 2 on this, because I got to get up out here, yo.
Oh shit! Damn, we talking that long?
Nah. This is incredible, man. Every time Brother Garfield come through, and the Ngozi is always great. It's been a great build. But I have to get up out of here soon, bro. This has been amazing. Can we do this again? Can we do a part 2?
Man, whatever, man.
Yeah, definitely. And we could get the slides together and everything, so people could see what it is and the sources. They could freeze the sources. What I want to say to Brother Rasul is, there is a video that Dr. Mayat did on the building of the pyramid, I think 4 years ago. She did it on Sarnetta. Just Google it and they'll say, hey, you know what? I want to check out what she says. She deals with the sources and what they said. There's another brother named Sean that Unc don't mess with right now, but he also did a whole video on it also. All right. But just to let you know, they talk about how the pyramid was built and all that stuff. I actually have the stuff on my computer right now about the limestone and the cutting of the rocks and all that stuff. I could prove all of that when you ask. It's just that it's going to take too much time for me to take it up. I had it right here, but don't worry about it. What you do is, the next time we have a show, we bring that information out. Whether you take it or leave it alone. Do your own research on it and see where we could go.
Oh, I got my own research on it, brother. I'm just talking.
Nah, you don't do research.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do research. You don't do no research. You sit up and don't tell me what I don't do, man.
I admit it.
You know what I mean? You admit it, man. You ain't couldn't answer the questions.
Listen, we got to get this together. Come on.
The questions, man.
It's
I've been talking my own research, man. I ain't looking at none of that. I ain't looking at none of that stuff.
We got.
I love both of you brothers. I ain't looking at that.
Let's stop the X and Wappy and beef.
Oh, see, that's what it is. He's trying to act like he was never a Nuwapian priest. He's trying to act like he was never a Nuwapian priest.
He didn't say that,
man. I never said that.
I never said that.
Then don't make fun of me because you got ex-Nuwapians on there, brother.
I didn't say
always
that.
jump out there. Hold on. He always jumps out there.
Well, maybe, no, you know what?
Yeah, you know.
Garfield was making for me. I take that back.
Finish my point.
Yeah, let me make a point. Go ahead.
My point, man. Listen, none of us are researchers, bro. We're simply accessing the experts. They do the research.
AD is the researcher.
Put some articles together and all that shit.
Okay, I will. I didn't know. I didn't know we was gonna have this kind of conversation.
Listen. It's important for us to knock it the fuck off.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we gotta come to something.
Okay.
Are you really?
I got it. I got it.
I'm not saying I'm a researcher. I'm simply saying I bought ideas from experts, Berkeley College, all that. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying I'm not in the field digging in the dirt, bringing primary research. That would be see, the community plays that game. I don't play that game. As a matter of fact, I don't even allow people around me to try to play that game. Don't play expert around me, you're going to get exposed.
Yeah, I'm not playing expert, man. All I did was simply ask you some questions,
you always
man.
put yourself, you must
you
feel
always
that
talk.
way.
That's how you be talking.
You
be coming
that
off.
way, yo. You
give off a. You give off a.
we have to bring out some sources
like
now.
Wajahu says, you give off an adversarial attitude.
How you gonna bring up Wajahu?
Yeah, I'm just saying because he comes off like that. You just assuming.
How you know what Wajahu
I just asked
said
it because that's one. I watched the brother. Yeah, I just asked the brother a couple of questions. He just went into he one of those Nuwapian and this, that, and the so I had to defend myself, man.
No, I was an ex.
But I love y'all brothers. I love both of y'all brothers.
Who was the higher rank? You were Ankh.
Oh, Ankh is the high. He was a priest. He was a Nuwapian priest.
Yeah.
Nah, y'all wasn't none of y'all niggas.
Yeah, you was. I got the picture, yo. I got the picture of you, yo. You got the Tamaray shirt. You got the Tamaray shirt on. You talking to some cat talking about it. We learned that in Wu Nawap. You said that, yo. You said that. Come on, brother. Stop playing with me, man.
So you basically
and
saying,
I got you making Mugaraj too. Like in the jar. I got that photo. I got that photo, man.
There you lying. Go get that photo, man.
You got the photo of him making Booga Raj?
Hell yeah. I'm gonna hit the guard up. I'm gonna hit the guard up. They got it.
They don't got that. But I'm saying, hold on.
I'm just kidding. I'm just playing around with you. I'm just playing around with you.
Hey, listen.
I already know what
I got love for you. You know I got love for you.
You gotta let this man grow. So you keep on bringing up his past. You know what I mean?
You tried to say something about me.
He didn't say
Nuwapi. You throw yourself in there.
You said Nuwapi. You one of those Nuwapians. That's what you say. Yeah, you believe in. No, I'm not.
I recognize the thinking, though.
I mean, I got love for you, Unc. You my brother.
I know you do. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Matter of fact, you just got.
Watch y'all start a religion again. Start a new religion.
Shout out to Garfield. You see his book right there.
Shout out to Garfield. Yeah.
Y'all get his book, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yo, shout out to the Podcraft room. We're gonna bring it back. We're gonna do a part 2 on this. Let us know where they can contact you, both of y'all. You can start with Ankh since you're at the top.
Pseudo Killers, man. I'll be right there on the Pseudo Killers channel and the Real Black Atheist channel, man. Type that in. Pseudo Killers, right? And type in Real Black Atheism on Fire. All right, that's my philosophy, Real Black Atheism. Philosophy I developed. Get my book, Chronology of Human Evolution. I probe into the mind of Real Black Atheism, and then I give you some evolution. I teach scientific literacy, okay? And that's essential. Scientific literacy is a vaccine against the charlatans that come amongst us in our community. I'd like to end with that.
Hey, I'll say that if you want to contact me, Brother Garfield Podcast on Instagram or YouTube, Twitter, all of that stuff. Garfield Reed on Facebook. I be causing problems every day. Yeah, but check me out on YouTube.
Your last name
man.
is Reed, right?
Yeah, Reed. We family, man. You know we family, Dread. We family, man. Okay. Come off the same part, same boat. Paul, let me say pause before I say this. Our head shapes the same way too. Pause. All right. Pause. Let me say pause before and after. Mm-hmm. So and for those who are in occult, or anybody attached to the guy called Malachi Z. York. We are not hating on him because we are representatives for white supremacy and we want to hate on a black man. It's just that a crime was committed against the babies. That was the thing that really, really we need to look at. Forget about the information. The information, we could deal with that any day of the week. It's not about us trying to be him. We don't want to be Dr. York. We just want to be who we are and spread scientific literacy to the community, right? It's not a popular topic to tell truth or come up with proper conclusions. But at the end of the day, I do feel with Dr. York, or AKA Malachi Z. York, go to newarpianism.com. Brother Chuck Morgan has done a wonderful work. I keep telling the brother, I'll put the money up. Let's make a movie. Because 100 years from now, you're going to find somebody saying, this guy was the Messiah and white supremacy locked him up. And we need to have the primary sources available outside his website. We need to have it in book form. And we need to have it in movie form so that kids 100 years, 200 years from now could go back and watch it and say, this is the truth, and you're trying to cover it up. All right? If you go on the newarpianism.com website, you will find the primary sources for everything you've ever heard about Dr. York. If you want to know the truth, go to that website. Chuck Morgan did, I'm telling you, he did a wonderful job. And I want to say he was a Nuwapian. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people in the community were ex-Nuwapians, and there's a reason why they are ex. So you staying in need to ask yourself, why all these people left? Did they leave him because the white man tried to take him down? Or did he commit a crime against humanity, especially the babies? And another thing a lot of people don't look at, the children who were abused, how they turned out is telling. Is very telling, man. I don't even want to talk about this one dude, and you could tell he was molested. There's no way to look at somebody and say the word. But for that dude, you could tell Dr. York did some, oh man, I'm telling you, 4-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 10-year-olds. Remember, the reason why we know it's a sister named Sister Rogers. The reason why we know about it, because she wrote to the newspaper and told about Dr. York, which launched the investigation. It was no white man doing nothing. It was somebody who was on the land who wanted to leave or left the land and knew about what was going on. Young girls and young boys leaving his area for late at night. And then another thing too about living on the land, you had the men and the women separate from their children. Who agrees to that?
Nature boy.
So Nature Boy was a young. He's a Dr. York Jr.
I'm sorry.
Young York. He's a young York.
Yeah, but it's because in New York that this was happening. I didn't want to take those shots at anybody.
Nature
Boy is a cult.
Yeah.
You ain't got to say it, Killah Priest. Put it on Garfield.
Right. Okay.
There's a show on my channel called Black Cults, featuring him, Young Pharaoh, and Brother Jabari. Well, everybody said, Brother Jabari shouldn't be there. It is what it is.
What Brother Jabari do?
Yeah, I know, man. You put him in. I watched that.
Listen,
why you put him in there, God?
It. Don't worry about that. Black Cults. Watch that video.
Don't worry about it.
Let's watch the video. Watch the video.
Yo, check out.
I did. I watched it.
Check out Garfield breakdown called Black Cults with Young Pharaoh and who is it? Nature Boy and
Nature Boy.
Yeah, and
a couple other people. But you know what though? People need to understand that show got over 50,000 views, right? But check this out. 2 weeks later, they raided him. After did that, or 2 months later, they raided him. So all the people that made videos about him, somebody finally watched one of them and said, enough of this guy. And we might say, oh, they're taking out another black man. Nah, they stopping a cult before it starts. And he's in Georgia too. Georgia's like home of the cults. Home of the cults. And you know what it is? New York was the home of the cults. Because remember, that's where Dr. York was. New York is home of the cults, but they moved to Georgia now because they feel it's easier. They'll have more land and space to spread their nonsense. So they moved to Georgia. It's sad. Georgia, New York, and Chicago, home of the pseudos.
Wow.
It's the truth. And I'm in New York right now. I'm in New York. It's the truth.
That's real talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, it's like, yo, I was about to say something. It's like, Unc looked like he was about to drop something heavy. He was going through the record. No doubt.
Hey, and by the way, to the people in Israel, in Dimona, that is a cult. And I'm not saying it out of vindictiveness for Israel.
It's a cult, man. I'm not playing. I don't care what they think. I'm not listening to that.
It's a cult. And the next time I come on, if you're going to do a show about cults, I'm going to bring you the sources to show you that they abuse children in Dimona, boys and girls. So
one charismatic leader, man.
And by the way,
we're going to do it again. We're definitely
there's people in our community, in our circle right now who used to abuse children too. So don't act like everybody's innocent here. You know what I'm saying? There's people around us that abuse children. So
man, you got people with rape charges and they act like they ain't did time and all that, man.
Yeah, and then went back again for it. So I'm telling you. So keep playing games.
What you talking about, Garfield? What you talking about?
I'm gonna leave it alone.
Talking about mighty Hebrew.
I ain't saying that.
Hey man.
Hey, listen.
Hey,
I'm not playing this game, right? I'm not allowing predators, right? Known predators. Even the government got a system, yo. When you rape somebody or something like that, yeah, I mean, it's called. They got a system so people can follow you around and know where you moving at in the community. Why we give the pass like that? See, why we do that? Well, why do we continue the wholesale disrespect of Black women and children? Man, if you listen, yo, I'm willing. If you rape now, I'm not forgiving you for molesting children. That's unforgivable for me, right? And you barely can be forgiven for rape. But if you paid your time, right? Did the crime, paid the time, whatever it was, right? You know what I'm saying? I can stand that, but I can't stand you acting like you didn't do, because that means you'll do it again. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not. What is it? What's the word I'm trying to use, Garfield?
He's not atoning. He just saying,
you're not doing it.
He's not. Well, I know you don't want to use atoning because you're not religious.
That's cool, but you're not.
He's not accepting what he did.
You're punishment. You're not accepting it, yo. Right.
Living in denial. If you're a rapist, you're a rapist. Right. That means if you deny what you did, you're gonna continue to do what you did, which is what happened. Because they went back to jail for doing something again. So at the end of the day, they didn't correct their ways. So at the end of the day, people need to understand we have a problem in our community. For one, older men with young girls. I'm a Jamaican. It's all over my culture in Jamaica. They're crazy over there with them young girls. Crazy. I'm Jamaican and I'm telling you. But when I came to America, I didn't know niggas did that shit. I didn't know that. I'm like, yo, they do this here too? But because it's crazy in Jamaica, 49-year-old dudes sleeping with 13-year-old girls. It's all over Jamaica. It's all over. It's sickening. So all the people who are victims to what this so-called Dr. York did, nobody cares. All they cares is that the government is trying. And that's what hurts me about the whole situation, is that we supposed to love each other as Black people, but yet we so gullible when it comes to conspiracy theories. We so gullible. This is why the Phil Valentines, the Bobby Hemmets, I'm not knocking the elders. I'm just saying their information resonates because it's all about conspiracy theories. That's what it's all about. John Starks went 2 for 19, man. Yo, my source told me, yo, I was the biggest Phil Valentine fan in the 90s, bro. I went to his house. But hold up. Did y'all know that Phil Valentine is at Core Amor? Did y'all know that?
No, I don't really get into. Never really got into.
Ask
like
Phil
that.
Valentine, Unc, why he don't have that house? Why he don't have that house at 1221 Carroll Street no more? Ask him. And then you'll find out that he's a Moor. Because the Moors believe you don't have to pay for no house. They don't believe in that stuff.
Oh, he was using that. He was using the. I know that what they do, but he was doing that though. He was using like the Washita, the sovereign.
Y'all don't know Phil Valentine. Y'all know the new age Phil Valentine. Y'all don't know Phil Valentine from when he was in the 90s.
It wasn't far. I was in New York.
He was pushing Kemet before a lot of these folks was pushing Kemet. I tell you that. Yo, I was a real
we're gonna
big time love Phil Valentine guy. I was big time. Big time.
Okay.
I love Phil Valentine.
We're gonna because we have come back for this, man. We're gonna bring a part 2, and we're gonna build on this. I just want to I got all your information out there, ladies and gentlemen.
Before I go, can I tell a more story real quick? A quick story about the Moors. Yo, Ankh, I was a member of this group called the African Holocaust Council, right? And they had what's called the Sovereign Conference. Sovereign Conference, bro, the first ever in the Black community history. We had the Moors, we had Phil Valentine, we had all the conspiracy theorists. All right, now watch this, bro. I swear to you, I pulled out my 2500 to get the fake license and license plates from the. I was about to get it, and the leader of the organization said, "If I were you, I'd hold my money." But I said, "You keeping the conference? What's popping?" He said, "Nah, man, just keep your money, man. Don't worry about that, man." I was about to get it, bro. I was literally about to get that Moorish ID and license and drive around. I said, I ain't got to answer to no cop and get the license plate with the more sovereign Moor. They almost got me.
Well, you know, Moors are watching the show. Well, there's more that's watching the show. All right.
No, so you have no. Let's be clear though. You have Moors that don't deal with that, like a Lord Abba.
That is true.
And Taharka Bey and all them dudes. They don't deal with that craziness. Sharif Bey, they don't deal with that.
Right.
They're like Moorish. Who that? Abba? Yeah. Always. He's just a politician around.
Listen, man.
Because we beat him out the hat, though. He don't wear that hat no more.
He can't be a politician. He can't be a politician.
He doesn't wear his Todd Bush's fez no more.
Come on, bro. So why you gotta get you on? You gonna throw fire on him? You gonna throw fire on it? It's already burning. It's a house burning. Throw gasoline on it. Yeah, I say you throw fire on it. Yeah. All right. So yo, man, I'm gonna let y'all go, bro, because we gotta let y'all the best.
Shout out to the Moors. We love you, Moors.
All right. Peace.
All right, peace and love.
Peace.
And Brother Garfield, ladies and gentlemen,
I love y'all, man.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Peace out.
Dude, that was very exciting. Hey, shout out to the craft room. I know it's gonna be on soon. It's gonna be on. It's gonna be on the show, yo. So I already know it's gonna be a lot of. But you know, I mean, this is what I'm thinking. AD, we have to air it out. You know, brothers reason together. Let's reason, just like Priest Isaac said. He said, "Let us reason." If everybody can come to the table of the UN building, and they hate each other with bombs, then we could come together with love or have a reasoning, understanding at the end of the day. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Don't get too emotional, but just try to deal with it, because we're not trying to deal with thievery, especially child molestation and all of that garbage. Put it to the side. Make it, let yourself grow as a human being and be the best version of yourself, no matter what or anybody try to put you down or anything. And fly straight, fly right.
Yeah, no doubt.
You don't have to worry about it, and always be ready, so you don't have to get ready. You know what I'm saying? That's just straight up. That's just straight up. If you wanna keep those laws, statutes, and commandments, make sure you do it to your best ability. Moral law is good. Morals, just having morals. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You locked in.
Somebody said.
But that's what it is about at the end of the day, man. So, we got, and you got to respect the scholarship. You got to respect the people who go in, brothers and the sisters who go in, regardless of the fact. Come with facts, come with sources, not just sorcery. You heard that here first. Mm-hmm. Brothers come with sorcery, not sources.
Yeah,
You be thinking sauces, they come in with different type of sauces. I didn't ask for salsa. Brothers mixing up their sauces. I didn't ask for spaghetti sauce. Come with real sauce. All right, we're gonna move on to the music. That was a great build today. And let's keep it moving. Go.
Yeah. All right.
Man, I think we drunk up all the So you been in your battle?
Nah, man.
Bro,
Well,
it was good. We'll talk about that a little later because I want to keep this moving. Man,
I'm sorry, though. I'm sorry. I didn't,
No.
It just came out of me for some reason. I was sorry to AD and the craft.
That was all good.
All the homies in the craft. It just came out.
Yeah, it's all good.
Unc, you making me feel a certain way. Shout out to brother Unc, though.
I want to see both of y'all back in the days with y'all pictures.
Hey, there's subjects. These are subjects you're passionate about. You know what I'm saying? That's good.
Passionate.
That's my brother, though. Shout out to Unc. Shout out to Garfield, man.
We got some super chats. Should I read them now? They're basically just Menkemperor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Menkemperor says,
No beefing, man. Just get it through. I already know.
Unc West just be making things up. Menkemperor says, talking no actual building. Then he says, professional talkers. Then he says, didn't he say take the vaccine? Shout out to Yaya777. Shout out to Danny Salinas and Gavin Joseph McDonald. Yeah.
Oh, you know.
Never mind.
That's it for super chats. Feel free to submit a super chat as we go along through with this.
It's funny because when AD read the super chat, it's not like he's just reading. It's all time.
It's almost kind of like the person is speaking through.
And Mojito is just chilling right now, but he tried to swing on me, yo.
Yeah, that was
finally
crazy.
called me. He's like, yo.
I think I don't like the energy when it's like people yell, raising their voice.
I think he senses the tension.
Yeah. That's what.
I don't think it was that. It was.
He can't tell if it was actual tension, but when voices are loud.
Yeah. Cats do pick up.
They're like, "What's going on?"
Vibrations, right? Right, not your cat. Your cat pick up on.
Yeah, your cat.
Your cat is the way he feels.
Yeah.
Mojito has his own feelings. Exactly. Remember earlier? Let me tell that story real quick while you start up.
Right.
We came in early and Mojito was laying in the sun. It was like a sunlight beaming. It was like the most cutest cat. Yeah. He was like, this is what I do. Then he heard our voice and everything changed.
Ruined it for him. He said, man, these guys coming again.
No, keep it in.
He's getting used to y'all.
Your cat killed the guy. Somebody said that. Shut up.
Shit.
Oh, shout out to Tall God Heru, man. He came through, man. You know he loved it when the Gozy in.
Peace.
And Gozy.
Probably wasn't. I don't think they was rooting for me tonight.
Who?
I don't think Tall God Heru. But you know, and Gozy, he a part of the Amun Ra squad.
You always do that.
I know.
I don't think he's down with the Amun Ra. It was the dagger or whatever, but
no, I'm not saying Tall God.
But they all wrote no, not Tall God. You said Ngozi.
Ngozi. Yeah, I think he was a part of the Amun Ra squad. They was a notorious squad.
No, it's the pseudo killers. No, you got
the pseudo killers was a part of the Amun Ra squad at one time. It used to be the Amun Ra squad. I think
Ngozi is not part of the Amun Ra.
He's not. But he originated from there.
Movies. You watching the old flicks.
He originated. Ask him. You gotta ask him.
I know he's part. He used to be a part of.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. When they was the Amun Ra squad, they was. Yeah. Like an untouchable group.
It's the God Killers, Amun Ra squad. It's like it's like different groups came out. It's like clan.
Yeah.
Different groups came out.
What's the name with the
When you gonna come with the Heru heroes?
Yeah.
Or the Hotep
heroes? The Shimsu Herus.
Are you Hotep? Oh, you Heru, right?
Well, everybody can be Heru. It varies. All of us can have the name Heru in our name. It's a title.
Backstep.
I'm really Rasul.
Now you told me you was Heru over there.
It's like Moon Knight. That's my incarnation.
Open your wings.
Yeah, I did.
Spread my wings. I'm just having fun, y'all. All right, let's go.
Yeah. All right, let's go. We got 4 song submissions for today's song promo segment. And the first one is by
Black Sun Jesuits.
DJ Aurora Borealis.
I like that name.
With a track called Wisdom Health, produced by the DJ from Guam.
Hey, shout out to
DJ from Guam.
Yeah, DJ Guam.
The DJ from Guam, the Pope. Shout out to Coach. Sons of Mantoon, Harpoon Lagoon. And yo, everybody talking about global article and dollar bill and all that stuff. I just need enough, I ain't trying to bluff a house of calm morality. That's enough unless you take me out of character, so I need anger management. I once bumped into a wise man in a pilgrimage, in a barber seat, and when I reached, he scolded me, he molded me, he told me when they get a hold of me, and that they have full control of me, absolutely, solely. That's not enough, I look up to the man upstairs and ask him to make my skin tough. That's enough, I ain't perfect, there's more about me, I need a buff, hold up, let me ask you, what's enough? Answer, I couldn't imagine just a rough estimate of what legitimate. I checked the circumference and feel the majority, it seemed to be everyone in the bandwagon, Papa Master, headed for disaster. Is that enough? If you could turn back the hand of time, would you change stuff instead of acting like a head tough? Girl, you trying to fluff? I had no idea I was gonna wind up in handcuff and thrown in a tight claustrophobic bus when you could feel the pothole and groove of every speed bump. Satisfaction I was lacking, trouble I was asking, time for some action got me back in. And illegible for bail, born hair ring. For Harrison, fugitive, the narrative. They're about to inject me with the sedative, but I can't give up, I have to live. I'm a fighter, spark the rhyme like a lighter. To achieve the versatility, some in this for the money. Gave me gratification even when I was bummy. Still now, and yo, that's enough.
Hey, give it up for DJ Robert Borealis on a track produced by a DJ from Guam. I would cut out the reverb on that, you know what I'm saying? Just because it's kind of, you know, it's already a minimal track. I would take that reverb out because this is kind of makes it kind of crazy, you know what I'm saying? And that's it. Probably lower the vocals a little bit. That's it.
Yeah, I like it. I actually like this one too, man. Yeah, but I agree with AD, A Dizzle, AD Allah. You know what I mean? You know, the reverb, you take that reverb out of there.
Law divine.
You know what I'm saying? You got something going on right there. I don't know. I think you got a new mic. What do you think, AD?
It sounds good. The mic sounds good. It's just there's too much reverb.
Yeah, man. You gotta. Yeah, man. You doing your thing, man. I mean, you know what I mean, we hearing you closely. Good job, Aurora Borealis.
Yeah,
shout out.
He is getting better with the recordings, though.
Yeah. Kind of like a Prodigy vibe there.
He's getting
I don't
better.
know. RZA Prodigy vibe.
I kind of like his voice better on beats with basses and snares, you know?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You got to hear more of that. There you have it.
Yeah. Like boom bap beats. All right, next up we've got from artists. Oh, yeah.
Well, I think his vocals is way doper. That's it.
Right.
AD said he need reverb. I mean, it was too much reverb on it, but I think he sounds way bigger. Now.
Nice.
All right, this next one is by Almonds Us from Toronto. It's called Lala. MP3. And I have an error. All right, we're going to come back to that. I'm going to try to convert it to M4A. Let's move on to the next one. Artist named Don Samokwan from Jamaica. This is an instrumental track called Disturbing the Peace. All right. Okay. I can tell he's experimenting. It's kind of an experimental hip hop track. I would just say keep going. If I was to critique the mix, I'd say turn up the bass drums and the snare.
The bass, check out my melody. Knowledge be born.
Yeah, there were some clashes with the musical notes. You know what I mean? Some of it didn't sound musically correct, but hey, just keep going, keep experimenting, keep doing your thing. The organ part reminded me of something that DJ Aurora Borealis would do. You know what I mean? With the organs, you know.
Very
but
haunted.
yeah, keep experimenting, keep going. That's all I'll say about that. And Rasul stepping out.
It gave me like a video game.
Oh yeah, I gotta get it.
Monster, like a video game.
Castlevania.
Yeah, video game with monsters coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it had the same kind of like vibe like that. I didn't something going on in there, but it had that kind of vibe. Hey, send that in the
It's like
Nintendo.
Mario Brothers
Exactly.
went crazy and did the acid.
All right, and back to Marcus. That track didn't work, so send me another one. Send me an email, or try to convert it to MP3. I couldn't even convert it on my end. It's an M4A. So send me a WAV or an MP3, preferably. All right, we're gonna move on to Lord Galaxar from the Gamma Quadrant.
Well, I love it. Lord Galaxar.
It's a video, and the track is called 3.
Lord Galaxar's Gamma Quadrant. Lord Galaxar's Gamma Quadrant song.
Three, and there's a magic number.
Hey.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
and that's a magic number. Somewhere in the ancient mystic trinity, you get 3, and that's a magic number. Past and the present and the future, faith and hope and charity, the heart and the brain and the body gives you 3, and that's a magic number. It takes 3 legs to make a tripod or to make a table stand. It takes 3 wheels to make a vehicle called a tricycle. Every triangle has 3 corners. Every triangle has 3 sides. No more, no less. You don't have to guess. It's 3 you can see, and that's a magic number.
A man and a woman had a little baby. Yes, they did. They had 3 in the family. And that's a magic number. Yeah.
3,
12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30.
Now multiply it backwards from 10.
I think I could do it. 3 times 10 is 30. 3 times 9 is 27. 3 times 8 is 24. 3 times 7 is 21.
3 times 6 is 18. 3 times 5 is 15. 3 times 4 is 12. And 3 times 3 is 9. And 3 times 2 is 6.
And 3 times 1 is 3, of course.
That's the magic number.
All right. You know, on a positive note, it's like something that can be somewhat educational, and you know what I mean. I like the concept, as it's almost like conjunction junction hip hop. You know what I mean? Remember conjunction junction? Yeah, it's a good concept, but you got to get those vocals recorded a little better. You know what I mean? There's no compression. I can tell you're using like a little small computer mic or something. You know, definitely got to up the quality, but. It's got some kind of like old vintage sound to it, almost like it came out of the 70s. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, just up the quality of the production and the recording. You kind of got something that you could show for the kids. You know what I mean? It's hip hop for the kids as far as the concept goes, and you're showing them about 369 and all that, and it's educational, as what Cash Tag just mentioned right now. So hey, good idea, good positivity, but you got to up the production quality. That's it.
Yeah, man, you gotta take the art form seriously, man. Like I don't know what's going on right there, but I know he got something going on. But you know, you gotta take it a little seriously. That's all I'm gonna say. Take it seriously.
Mm-hmm.
He might have took it serious. Was that him singing through the whole thing, or was that the original?
I think that was.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that. That's what I'm saying.
That was. Yeah. What you want to say?
Say take it a little seriously. I don't know.
That was different.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was listening to for a minute. I was like, 3, the magic number.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go back and do another song. Definitely come back.
Yeah.
You got pump that in the whip. Go ahead, let's go.
That is it for song promotions.
All right.
For today, but
it's only 3 songs.
It was 4 songs, but one of them didn't work.
Remember, it's retrograde.
Yeah. So we'll play.
That's why, because I went off today. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry.
No, that's all good.
Well, that's all right. They took care of their business.
What? See, I thought.
Now
I'll start bringing my computer up here, like
to Hootie.
I mean, damn, to Hootie. I'm sorry, I said Yeah, I'm gonna start bringing my computer up here, like AD.
Nah, you was all right. You just didn't have no sources. You just told them.
I got sources, man. I gotta come with my darts, man. I gotta come with my presentation. Like Tahuti always got his stuff right here in his goddamn land. Let me show you something.
Yeah.
Prince, I was working on this for you.
I've been getting
gotta be more faster with the pulling up.
What's up with you, man?
Yeah, I've been getting requests. People have been saying like, "Yo, bring back Tahuti. When's Tahuti coming back?" I'm like, "Yo, that's."
I just spoke to Tahuti.
Yeah.
We hit you up.
Of course, yeah. We're gonna bring him back.
I said, yeah, you bring him back.
It's gonna be. I think we gotta build something real big for this. This is gonna be crazy.
Stay out the debate.
Him and
Vinny is saying I should stay out the debates. Man, what are you talking about? I did a great job.
You went straight down.
What?
It was a boxing match. The first blow, you went.
All right, I just say show. No, y'all want me to show diagrams and all that?
I don't want to start about. I wanted to get you started. Come on,
Vinny doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, Vinny, no. Don't let him get
phenomenal
to you.
job.
Don't let him get to you, Rocky.
Phenomenal job. That's
no. Don't let him get to you, Rocky. Rocky from Philly too.
That's right. I'm never going down.
Yeah, don't let him get to you.
I'm not the stallion. I'm the falcon.
There you go. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Listen, Rocky. Next time they come, you gotta go crazy.
That's right. I'm going crazy. I didn't ask no Adrian or nobody.
Yo, next time they come in, just cut them off.
I ain't asked for coach or nobody.
No, I'm just saying.
That's right.
Everyone who saw that, what happened tonight.
I'm just saying, forget debating. Nah, you just gotta go in.
Nah.
When you hear something you don't, all right.
What happened tonight?
You know what I mean? Priest, that's my trainer.
It was.
He's Customato.
Nah.
Priest Customato.
It was a classic. That's one of the greatest. He said one of my best shots, one of my best murders.
What? What?
Let me stop. All right, y'all. We enough. We enough laughing. Yo, Westlake said you held it down. That's good.
Right. I did a great job.
You was
it's just
keep your hands up. Keep your hands up.
Whatever, man. You know what I mean? Shout out to my man Cover Boy. Shout out to Coach.
I don't need sources.
You know what I mean? No, we need sources. We do need sources.
I'll fill it out. Now listen, bro.
You already know.
No, but I didn't know it was gonna go down like that. Yeah. I just wanted, they came in, they dropped their jewels, and it went down. Always on the Podcraft, something goes. That went.
Shout out to David Flores.
Yo, but at least what's the name came through. Yeah, shout out to Dave. At least, and Gozy tried to come through, help you out a little bit.
No, he didn't really help me out. He came to add on to the Amon Ra squad.
Well, they was doing a good job. It was you just jumped in there. It was like, nah, it ain't going on.
Nah, man, you know what it was, man.
It ain't going down like that.
They tried to accuse me, man. Shout out to Ngozi. That's my bro. All them.
Yo, listen, man.
All them. I love them brothers, but they tried to.
Always, we'll do a section on that. We'll go back to that. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming through.
Peace.
We got new music. Oh, we got the videos out. what is it called? Supermind. Yep. Supermind is out. We got some new music coming soon. We got a horoscope. Make sure you get horoscope. Get the CD. And, you know, if y'all don't have it yet, y'all better get it. Limited edition. We come in. Get outdoor cafe. You got to listen to me. Queued up. Get Psychic World of Walter Reed. Get the offering. Get it all, man. Get Heavy Mental. Yeah. Get
The Lost Children of Babylon. I got some stuff coming. Me, David Flores, Voltage. We're still working. It's coming, yo. It's coming. Mm-hmm. It's coming.
Grab AD. What's your name of your album?
Oh, my album's on Spotify. It's DJ Sound Daddy, and it's called Hip Hop Compilation.
Grab
check that out.
Grab a hold of it.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Come to my live in the morning. It's gonna be on fire.
On Instagram.
On Instagram. It's gonna be on fire. I'm gonna get on the phone right after this. And then I'm gonna start my Patreon tonight. Okay. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna start that. I'm gonna start my Patreon tonight. So join up now because I gave me a lot of inspiration just to go. I'm gonna be on GL mode. Green light. It's been great. Thank you thank you, Brother Garfield. Thank you again, Ankh, Wes, and thank you again, Ngozi, for coming through the night, making the night a beautiful night. And thanks for the information. Nuwapians, don't hold your head down. You know what I'm saying? Ex-Nuwapians or anything.
It's all in the pain. You gotta read the
No. Listen. It's your turn to make your own decision. You know, rise out of the muck. You know what I'm saying? You got the power now. You gotta be like Grayskull. Take that sword out the rock, man. Take it out. Hold it up. Just put your foot up on that rock and hold it. Let that lightning hit that sword, man. You gotta claim it. I have the power, and your hair can grow out as Lionel's did. You know, that was and no, it looked like a paintbrush. Lionel hair grew out like this.
Yeah.
I remember Kiss. And you can have that power too, man. And continue to grow. And I wish all growth upon all humanity. And let's keep on. Let's better ourselves. Let's be the greatest version of ourselves that they ever seen. And we also have the NFTs. Shout out to Mark Abuda. We also elevating what we are offering to the craft room with the NFT project. It's called Esoteric Knowledge. And you can join the Discord. We have that going up. We have the description that's in the box on the NFT and the conversation and the whole thing. So make sure y'all get ready. We'll be doing that, and we're going with Esoteric Knowledge. And we're going to leave with listening.
Yeah.
Peace.
All
Peace.
Right. See y'all
University.
on Wednesday.
One love.
Hey guys, what's up?
So many cats, man.
Tiffany, right?
So many dudes I knew, man, just sprayed up our bullets, man.
All right, man. Lost another one, man. You know, just think about what we lost today, man. That's like, you know what I mean? That's like the 10th one, man. Word, okay. But you know what, son?
Yo, what up, niggas?
It's good, baby.
I'm chilling, man.
Yo, let me get a 40, son.
Just feeling down right now, you know? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yo, what's
I
up
need
with
some-
the
I
word,
need
though,
some-
man?
just
What's
need
up with Lily and shit? She
Yeah,
all right?
he died, man. Yeah, I need some knowledge. Just a little bit of wisdom, you know? Something to take me through. Mm-hmm.
Listen, man. At the end of the day, my dude, all we got is us, man. You know what I mean? So
somebody we can kick it to.
That's it, man. You know, we gotta put this shit together, man. You know what I mean? We losing brothers, we losing sisters and all that. At the end of the
Just
day,
see him
John,
last week too, you know what I mean? So good.
Feel you, man.
Just vibe out.
Feel you, man. Don't even worry about that, though, man. We got us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got us, man. I feel you. Let's go. Let's go inside, man. Chill out.
You ready?
Feeling this. Life. Peace, good. Yo. I light my candles under St. Anthony, burning rosemary for friends and families, for those buried, for all humanity and souls heavy. Ride through life like an old Chevy. Look at the world through your rear view and honk your horn till they hear you. So after you're gone, this tribute for all the pain that you lived through. Rainstorms are now clear blue. A king's gone on your mirror. Wings formed in the spiritual. The ritual for those we long. Here's my tears in the tissue. I opened it. Look how they turn to diamonds. Shows your reflection cause you still shining. The worldly body had to do some dying. Transformation. So I leave this here with the pleasant fragrance. Before you roam the land of the ancient. My mind's an enigma. Filled with broken pictures. The spiritual thug can see clearer now.
So, just listen to me. Just listen to me. Just listen to me. Just listen to me.
Light up a cigar, let the aroma reach her. It's like the smile on the Mona Lisa. Holding a child that rose on Easter. Like a cloud passing over Giza. Pick the style of my older teachers. Sipping crown as he blow is cheaper. He drock Shabiz, only Shiva. Shalom, Shabbat, Shema'ach, the brother's keeper. Where hustlers meet up, the mothers and grievers receive a hug from the preacher. Abundance of cousins and nieces and nephew. God bless you. Marcus Deli, you made the heart heavy. Departed too early. It seemed the rain never stopped on that dark Perry. I know your ghost flows through them bars pearly. Conflict for Aunt Cherry. After cremation, we dream of their faces and the kingdom is gated. Though it seems spacious, it's meditated in heavenly places. All human families destined we make it. God became man so that man becomes God. On the land and amongst stars. Reminisce when I ran with my young squad. Cuff his hands, caught a gun charge. Bullet wounds, jail, some scarred. Shout outs to Love, Shaw Born, Tommy Rockin' Sun God. From Gates Ave, Niffy was a great man. Put his face inside of stained glass. Wearing crucifixes and gang flags.
Just listen to me. Just listen to me. Just listen to me. Just listen to me.
There's no eye like understanding. There's no blindness like ignorance. Better than a young man's knowledge is an old man experience. There's no evil than sickness. Nothing so dreaded as death. What's the hill but forgiveness? Pride before fall. Look inside myself and did some cleansing. Drop my defenses. Begin to rinsing. Tonight a lion sleeps in the heart of every brave man. Like a cave in the African lands. The immaculate stand to inhabit was grand. Above is the black poison clouds. You only got one life, so enjoy it now. And cherish the day before you perish away. We all inherit the grave. These are the letters that say, together we pray. Heaven's amazed. Shed tears in my silver offering bowl. Incense burn patchouli smoke for the lost souls at the fork in the road.
Always gonna keep it real. Just listen to me. 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 Just listen to me.
Tracy Park will bring some sense to the LA City Council. Tracy will work to end encampment